Hello, everybody. Am I live? I am live. How are you? I am just waiting for a couple minutes till people come in and we will get us started. Continue. I don't know. There might be two more parts because there's still quite a few pages to go through. So, yeah. Hey, Jordan. James, oh, you ordered stuff. Cool. Thank you. 2 t-shirts, 1 coffee mug from your Stasa. Wait, which store? Did you order from the Printify one or the one that's on my YouTube? Because I have 2 and I don't know. I have the one I did the newest stuff on the Printify, but then I still have the stuff that's from Teespring. Hi, me. M.E. Jordan. Taylor. All right, guys. Let me get my little notes out of where we left off. Oh, hold on, let me move this over here. Okay, so oh, it didn't go full screen. I was like, what the heck? Okay, so let me get the stuff pulled up. So we'll just start from 473 and go down a little bit. Okay. Move it over here. All right, let's just get right into it and sorry, I'm looking at I'm trying to figure out what I have something on Adobe and I can't figure out what it's from. Lansing, Mission. Lansing. I don't know. Okay. Hey Hope, hey Doreen, Southern Mama, Doreen, who else? Hope G, Anthony Woods. Oh, you like my shirt? Thanks. Oh, everything's backwards. It's hard to. We have this on backwards? No. Okay, I'm getting there. Sorry, guys. I would just I'll put this over here. We'll just start 473 and kind of just mix it up because we still have like a bunch of stuff at the beginning. We have stuff at every little throughout the whole document, but I've been keeping really good track. So we should be all right. So let's do this. I'm gonna start actually where we left off. At 471. I actually want to go through. I want to read the where the last couple pages that we read last time. I kind of want to read those over because I think they're really important. And I was so tired when I was reading them. I feel like that I don't even know how I was reading. I mean, I probably wasn't even reading them good. So I'm gonna go over those again. All right, let me pull it up. It's just like 2 pages that lead. Because remember we stopped here. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Because we kind of stopped like right in the middle of a report. So what I'm saying is we are gonna start back at the beginning of that report. I'll show you here. Hold on. Okay, so we got like down here, I think, but it's in the middle of it. So I think it'd be good to just reread this part right here. Okay. Because I think it's pretty interesting. This one right here is really interesting about Bryan. All right, so let me get my setting that I like up that I did just for this. How's everybody doing though? Let me take a sip of this. Got my fresh coffee. Cheers, everybody. Coffee. I got my old mug because that one, man, it was just yeah, I can never tell, like, where the like, when I'm tipping it to take a sip of the coffee, I can't tell when it's gonna come to my mouth. So it may I know that sounds really funny, but it makes me, like, go, like, really slow. It takes me forever to take a sip because it's the way it's shaped, it's hard and number 1, the way it's shaped, and number 2, the size of it. So when I pour up a coffee in it, it doesn't take up I mean, it could probably fit, like, 3 cups of coffee. So it's like to be able to like, okay, when's it coming? When's it coming? You can't tell when it's gonna come. So I'm just gonna go like that. Which would be nice if I'm like by myself and I have time to take a sip, but when I'm like trying to hurry up and take a sip in the middle of me reading, or it's like trying to be quick and it's the worst coffee mug to try to take a one quick sip. And then plus when it's hot, you don't know like if it's gonna burn your mouth and stuff. Okay. Um Calm down. I've done it burn it time. Yeah. I don't know if you remember, I got this Stanley coffee mug thing, and it's, like, shaped I just got it, and I used it my last 2 lives, but it's the shape is honestly okay. Yes, I did start early. Thanks for noticing. Alright, let's just get right into it, guys. Like I said, I'm gonna start at the beginning here where it says, "On December 30th" actually, I could go no, that's big en you guys could read that alright, right? Because every time I go, "Oh, actually, I could do that one. That one's good." Okay. On December 30th, 2022, Detective Sergeant Van Leuven and Detective Sergeant Jess Stennett interviewed the famous blank blank, date of birth 98, regarding her interactions with Brian. She said that the first time she met Koberger was with another PhD student named so them two, the two PhD students are friends who both came to blank where they acquired their master's degrees. This meeting occurred at the graduate student orientation. Koberger came up to them and she said that she instantly had a bad feeling about him. She told him how she felt. He told her how he felt. And then she wait, hold on. So blank told blank how she felt, and blank said to give him a chance. Oh, so she probably told her that other person she was with how she felt, and the person said, "Give him a chance." She said that she had confronted Koberger early on about the way he was speaking to women. She said she noticed early on that Koberger did not like people that were not his demographic. She explained that these are a diverse class of different types of people in their class. On one day, Koberger was being rude to a deaf student, which I thought that was kind of wow. So he's being rude to a deaf student named blank. She said that she called him out on how he spoke to her, and she described how Koberger's mannerisms also contributed to his rudeness. She further described that Koberger would stare at people in an intimidating way. She said that she would avoid sitting next to Koberger in class. She told Koberger that the way he was speaking was condescending and that he speaks that way to women, and that it made her feel uncomfortable. Several of the students supported her in her rebuke of Koberger. Koberger responded to her by saying, "I care how you feel, but you are wrong." Oh my God. I care how you feel, but you are wrong. Okay. Since that incident, she said that she has felt targeted by him. She became emotional at this point in the interview. She said Koberger has since paid her a lot more attention. She said Koberger has stood in her way or stood in a way that she couldn't get out of her desk and that she then started to talk to her. She said Koberger would talk to her into the ground about how she was wrong about whatever topic he was interested in. Koberger would also come into her office and stand in the doorway and would not take any cues that she didn't want to talk to him. See if this goes lower. I guess that's as low as it goes. Koberger would try to talk to her about Ted Bundy murders, but because he knew she was interested in true crime, he also name dropped a former professor of his named blank. She admired blank and wanted to meet her, but not based on her association with Koberger. She said if she was going to meet her, it would be because of her own initiative, not based on Koberger. She said she was interested in the fact that since the Moscow murders, some people were comparing them to the Ted Bundy murders that occurred at the college sorority, and that Koberger wanted to talk about those murders with her. She said Koberger studied sexual burglars and their motivations and decision making. The blank told blank to start keeping track of Koberger's behavior towards her. She made an informal report to the blank, but she didn't like the way that they responded because she felt that they could not adequately she felt that they could not adequately from retaliation. What? Oh, that they could not adequately, I guess. Adequate, I don't know. I feel like there's a word missing right there. She said she continued to report her experiences to the I'm guessing it's probably to the school or I don't know, whatever they have redacted, as well as blank, the program chair and other professors about feeling unsafe. She said she recently wrote in a graduate questionnaire that she continued to feel targeted and didn't know how to handle the situation. She said they were required a discrimination training because of things Koberger had said unofficially. Koberger had asked Blank if she knew if she would be comfortable procreating given the fact she had a disability. She said she started keeping track of how often he was late to class. She said she kept track of the number of times that Koberger aggressively stared at her during class. In one class, she said that he stared at her 9 times. She's counting them. She described instances of Koberger following her after class multiple times. She said Koberger always seemed to want to be in the general area of her and others in the program that did not want to have anything to do with him. She talked about blank student, blank female named blank, who recently had her apartment broken into. She complained to graduate housing, but they didn't help her. She said Koberger took an interest in her. She said the reason this blank and the other blank talked to Koberger was because they had difficulty understanding English and they seemed to be the only ones that would continue talking to. So they probably have no idea what he's even saying and they're just continuing to talk to him, probably don't even know. Anyway, Koberger went to the apartment and tried to support her. This occurred toward the end of October. So whoever that person that broke in, which now remember, I mean, I think she did an interview, right? Because isn't she the one that said like afterwards she thought she didn't realize in the moment it was him, but then after the fact she realized, oh my God, that was probably him. She said that she has a sense that everything Koberger does is very calculated. She said Koberger is intimidated by her friend blank because she stands up to him. When she is around Koberger when she is around, Koberger leaves her alone. When she leaves, Koberger then turns around and starts to blank said the way Koberger behaves towards her is markedly different than when she's not around. She talked about one day when she was gone, and Koberger would not leave her alone and prevented her from leaving class. She said that she thought Koberger's motivation was gratification he got from controlling her. He wants to be seen as the strongest, smartest, most important person in the room. She said their class has sat for hours in class listening to him arguing with the teacher about his project. Koberger always wanted to talk about offender decision making. Koberger gets very defensive when he feels like he is being questioned. On one occasion, she had to cut him off when he was going on and on during one of his monologues. Koberger responded that he felt it was rude when someone would interrupt him. She said Koberger would use qualifying words in an effort to hide behind saying offensive things. She said one time in November, she found Koberger in her office. She felt uncomfortable and left. She shared an office with 3 other people and didn't feel like she should have told him not to be in her office. Wait, she didn't feel like she should have told him not to be in her office. Oh. When she came back, Koberger was in Blank's office with his body turned toward Blank's office, probably hers, right? I don't know. She later said Koberger wasn't talking to her about anything important. She said when she came back, he asked her where she had been. She told him it was none of his business. She said Koberger had bloody knuckles at the time. She said the wounds were bad. She said Koberger recently started wearing a giant puffy jacket, even in class. She found this odd. She said Koberger said if he were to ever have a sexual partner, they would have to have no physical or mental disabilities. They would have to be straight and the opposite of gender nonconforming. She discussed her beliefs that school resource officers were used to discriminate against minority populations. Um, wait, she discussed her beliefs that school resource officers were used to discriminate against minority populations in high schools. She said Koberger disagreed and denied there are inequalities and said everyone was equal. She felt he's perpetuating the same myths she was trying to bring up. She said some people in the program thought he might have autism. She thought Koberger was a narcissist. She said Koberger was a vegan. She said Koberger knew she was married because she had brought her husband to a get together barbecue. Her husband and Koberger had a discussion at the barbecue. After the discussion, her husband told her that he did not like Koberger and wanted her to be careful around him. She said she would see Koberger on a daily basis, and she said in all times she had interacted with Koberger, he had never displayed empathy toward another person. She was unaware of any reason for Koberger to travel to Moscow or any other local towns in the area. She had heard that Koberger was into boxing as a hobby. She said that when she first heard of the homicides in this case, she wondered if it could have been Koberger. I wonder if he got into boxing to plan for this murder so he could defend himself. Not that I shouldn't say defend himself, so he could, make sure that he was able to do what he needed to do. That's interesting, the boxing thing, considering that, like, some people think that, he used his hand on Kaylee. Now, I know that it looks like he used a weapon too, but, like, I mean, he could have hit her with his hands too. I don't know. The back of the knife, who freaking knows? I would love to know what that triangle cylinder shaped and a triangle at the end was. What can that be? I have no idea. Um But it says, look, she said that when she first heard about the homicides, she wondered if it could be Koberger. She said Koberger was the only student in the class that believed in the death penalty. Koberger asked her if her 12-year-old daughter was AR'd and murdered, if she would support the death penalty. She noticed that Koberger was regularly late for class where a female is instructing and rarely when a male is instructing. And she said that on one occasion, Koberger expressed to females in the class that once he was in the job market, that they would be screwed and competing against him for a job. She said that she wanted to think he was just socially inept, but after knowing him, she believes that Koberger always thinks he's the smartest person in the room and has expressed resentment or jealousy at their successes. She said Koberger is always the first person to express his support of police. She again mentioned her and Koberger's disagreement about the value of SROs in school. She said that she believes Koberger's question about if someone else was also arrested after his own arrest was an attempt by him to throw people off and not that he had a friend or acquaintance. Okay, that's interesting because remember we heard that. You know what though? We heard that at the very beginning after he was arrested, but they haven't confirmed that now that the case is over, and you think they would tell us. That didn't wait, I don't think that was in any of the statements or the reports from the cops yet, right? When we heard how his interview went? I'm not remembering that. I mean, I remember when everybody said it happened, when it first happened, but have they not confirmed if that he did say that? I forget. Didn't they ask him? Wait, they asked in that press conference. They asked him, what did they say? Remember they asked, they did. They asked, did he ask if I'm pretty sure they asked him, but I don't remember what they said, but it should be in one of the reports. But anyway, so she's thinking it was just an attempt to throw them off and that it wasn't because he had a friend. Anyway, she said that she had heard Koberger had attended a mixer at the blank that she did not attend. She noted that she had been told that he had drank a bottle of wine by himself at this event. She said she had not heard Koberger discussing knives or how to cover your tracks at a crime scene. She said Koberger has discussed theoretically about sexual burglars. She said Koberger is very nosy and tries to look at what other people are texting. Jeez. I do not like this. Everything about this guy. Ugh. She said her friend blank had Koberger over to her apartment on one occasion and told her that she thought Coberger had gone through her medicine cabinet. She said she had not heard Coberger talk about offenders studying victims' behavior before committing a crime. She suggested we speak with blank because she felt Koberger would have discussed his interest in studying violent sexual crimes. She said Koberger committed these homicides because he wanted to know what it felt like to commit these crimes in relation to his studies, and ultimately, if he could get away with crimes, further supporting his belief that he was smarter than others. She said committing these crimes and his need to control others is consistent with his personality. Wow. Yep. Jerk. I saw that. Yeah, yeah, that. But they said like when they first arrested, he said something like, "Did you arrest somebody else, or has anybody else been arrested, or something like that?" But yeah, the coffee thing that came out in the reports. But the other one was just hearsay that we heard at the beginning before I mean, we got everything was sealed. We didn't get to see it. It was just like a hearsay thing. It's got to be in one of these reports because if he said it to one of them, they had to have wrote it down somewhere. Where the heck is it? Um, okay, so Detective Sergeant interviewed Blank on several occasions beginning on November 15th. So on several occasions, who's this? Okay. Huh. All right. So I interviewed Blank at the Idaho State Police on November 15th. She w- oh, he was ex-boyfriend of victim. Okay, that's probably why because so he was the ex-boyfriend, so Jack, ex-boyfriend of victim Kaylee. He had been dating Kaylee since they were in high school and dated on and off for about 5 years. He said they had broken up at approximately 3 months earlier due to her taking a job in Austin and that had been mutual decision with no drama. He advised that he was driving a blank, and he said that this vehicle was owned by Kaylee's parents and they were allowing him to drive the vehicle. He advised that he lived at blank in Moscow with a number of roommates. He listed his roommates as okay, and then I noted that the location of his apartment and the crime scene were near each other. I noted he and his roommates were all members of the fraternity. I asked him to describe his whereabouts and events leading up to the time when the homicides occurred. On Saturday, November 12th, he advised that he was at work at the between 2:30 and 10:30 p.m., working mostly in the kitchen. He drove home to the duplex and went upstairs where he found roommates. So he found two roommates up there. Also present was a friend who was not a roommate named blank. He went downstairs, changed into a sweatshirt, got a beer, and waited for a sober driver who was a blank freshman to come pick them up. He said that the sober driver arrived in what he thought was a black Nissan Xterra and took him blank and blank. So looks like it took three of these people to the corner club. So him and two other people. Okay. He said that they arrived at the corner club at 11 p.m. He said the club was packed and that they were admitted in because his roommate was working at the club and let them in. He said that he got into a confrontation with blank member named blank because blank had been messing with one of his friends. Blank friend blank who was there told blank to lay off and he bought each other a shot. He said he saw Kaylee at the club that night. It was not uncommon for Kaylee to be at the club. He said that he thought Kaylee was accompanied by blank, who was blank's girlfriend. Mm. He said that he left approximately 1 a.m. and said he and I guess these two other people, blank and blank, were picked up from the club by blank, who is a president of the fraternity, returned to their apartment. And he said he consumed about 2 beers, 2 shots of tequila, 1 shot of Rumple Mints, and a 32-ounce tub of beer. He said after returning to the apartment, he hung out with his roommates for a period of time, tried to throw up but couldn't, and went to bed. He said that he woke up around 11:30 a.m. the next day, Sunday, November 13th. And then he said blank and blank and blank came into the apartment and talked about cops being down the street near blank's house. He tried to call Kaylee on the phone, but no answer. He said he walked down the street where Kaylee's apartment was and saw blank, who was Ethan Chapin's blank. He said that he asked one of the officers on scene to tell him what was going on, and told an officer that his ex-girlfriend lived in the house. He said police put him in the back of a patrol car for about 45 minutes. Also present with blank was another blank, said that he was good friends of Kaylee's. At some point, the university put out the text university-wide announcing a homicide had occurred. At my request, he drew a sketch of Kaylee's apartment and labeled the rooms by names of the persons he knew to be living in each room. I have attached these drawings to the supplement and will transfer them to the Moscow Police Department. I will also scan these sketches and place scans on the disc to include the audio recordings of his interviews. I asked him if he had any idea who could have been responsible for committing these homicides. He advised that he had seen a video from the Grub truck on Main Street the night before showing a blank member named Blank seeming to follow Kaylee and Maddie from the area of the Grub truck before they went home. He also advised that he had heard from somebody that a man named Blank has been acting predatory um, at the corner club the night before and that the corner club had kicked him out. I asked Blank to describe what vehicles the four victims drove. He advised Maddie drove a white Chevy Cruze, Kaylee drove a silver Range Rover, Ethan drove a red Jeep Wrangler, and Xana drove a blue Honda Civic. We took a break and he left the room to speak to his mother, who was concerned about him. Upon returning from speaking with his mother, he said that he did not want to continue the interview without a lawyer being present. We stopped the interview and he left. He returned on November 17th, accompanied by his attorney, Jed Nixon. After a brief recap of what we had discussed on November 15th, we resumed talking with him about his recollections of what happened on the night of the homicides occurred. He said that he, blank and blank, got back to their apartment a little after 1 a.m. He said his bedroom was on the main floor. He said he hung out with his friends for about 10 to 15 minutes. He advised he was drunk. I asked him to estimate on a scale of 1 to 10 how drunk. He said he would put his level of intoxication of an 8 out of 10. He advised he had never experienced memory lapses, had never walked in his sleep, and had never acted while asleep. He advised he went to bed at approximately 1:20 a.m. He said when he woke up the next day, he noticed that he had a number of missed calls from both Kaylee and Maddie. There was approximately 7 from Kaylee and 3 from Maddie. He said that he had no argument with Kaylee the night before, and there was no dispute, and no one was upset about anything. I noted in looking at phone records, but there had been several text messages the night before between Blank and Kaylee. The last text message was from Kaylee to Blank at 2:15, telling him that she had his vape and that he could come pick it up at her house. I advised him that the Blank is him, Jack. So there was a text message at 2:15 where she said that she has his vape and that he could pick it up. I advised him that there appeared to be a telephone call at 2:26 between him and Kaylee that lasted 17 minutes the night before. He said he did not recall the phone call and cannot explain it, and said maybe in his sleep he thought it was an alarm and he pushed the side button and the phone turned the ringer off. 17 minutes? That's interesting. I mean, I don't think that's just interesting. Like, wow. I wonder if they were trying to call because no, never mind. That would have been before. Never mind. I remember before when they initially said like it was 3 a.m. They thought the murders happened around that time. I remember going through it thinking like, were they trying to call him for help and stuff? But that would have been way before Bryan got in there. Okay. Sorry. Man, my voice is already like, I don't know why it's already struggling. Like when I started. I don't know if I'll be able to last long. Okay. So push the side button. Okay. I have learned that I had learned that Blank had been referred to Blank because one of his professors was concerned about Blank. The Blank website states the mission of Blank is to provide care and concerns for studies, faculty, and staff who Blank. Interesting. I don't know. Maybe mental health stuff. I mean, was he depressed? I don't know. Maybe just doing bad in school. Probably doing bad in school. Now read the next one. He said he'd been missing a lot more classes than normal and that the breakup with Kaylee had been bothering him. He talked about her going to Texas and the fact that she initiated the breakup. I asked him directly if he had committed the murders, and he stated clearly he did not. And he consensually gave a DNA sample at my request. He also consensually gave his cell phone to be downloaded. I later took the DNA samples and transferred them to the custody of Moscow Police Department. I took a thumb drive containing the download from Blank's phone and transferred that to the custody of Moscow Department. He signed a consent forms for both his DNA and for download of his phone. Okay. So the remainder of my conversation with him on November 17th involved victimology related questions. I had a number of follow up questions and interactions over the course of this investigation. Vital with Blank was cooperative and helpful throughout. On November 18th, he consented to a search of his room, bathrooms, common areas, and downstairs laundry of his apartment. Forensic scientist Carrie Hogan, state detective Jeff, okay, and I entered the apartment at 9:17 on the 18th. After searching the areas he had consented to, we found a drop of possible blood on the wall of the entryway. A sample of this was collected. We also noticed that could have been 5 or 6 small drops of blood, of runs of blood on the kitchen wall. Samples were also collected. This search and collection of possible bullet drop samples was documented through photographs by forensic scientist Hogan. We left the apartment at 8:20. Documents related to the consent, including the consent forms of maps, pictures prepared by Blank, are included on the disc. I had additional follow up questions with him on November 18th and November 21st and November 22nd. He advised that he and Kaylee were co-owners of Mini Golden Doodle named Murphy, who was 11 months old. Murphy had been in the house with Kaylee and the others on the night of the murders had occurred. On January 4th, 2023, I contacted him through his attorney, Jed Nixon, and asked him to bring Murphy to the Idaho State Police so I could take samples of Murphy's hair. He brought the dog in and clipped samples from 3 places: the top of the head, the mid back, and from the chest area. The samples were transmitted, and that's a little bit of late to. Oh, I guess in case I see, they probably took them in case if they were able to find any other person that had the hair. Because I'm like, that's a little bit late to collect that if there's like looking for like DNA on the dog or blood, because that would be like a couple weeks after they probably gave him a bath and stuff. Anyway, all right, December 30th. Let's see, detective. So a couple detectives. They interviewed PhD student somebody, date of birth 97, from Washington State University. She advised she was a blank and had completed her undergraduate degree also from blank. Her advisor was blank. Her mother was blank. They knew Bryan C. Kohberger as a fellow PhD student. She first met him at orientation. She has been in his office a few times. She also met him at a barbecue that the department had in August at Blank's house. She said Coberger had tried to have personal conversations with her on a few occasions, asking questions like where she lives, what kind of dog does she own. She said Coberger would make self-aggrandizing comments. Coberger liked to talk about sexual burglary because that was his field of study. Coberger was interested in the emotions of what it felt like when committing a crime. She said that by October, Coberger was having issues with other students in their PhD cohort, and that he was talking to her more in her office. She described having to clean up a mess he and his fellow teacher's assistants had created working for blank. She described conversations she had with Coberger related to their studies of violent offenders. This included areas of study like sexual burglary, sexual assault, forensic awareness. He talked about different emotions violent offenders might have. He discussed how offenders might avoid getting caught. Coberger had asked her if she was single. She discussed her relationship with her partner. He asked about her other friends of hers and if she was interested in getting together outside of school. She said that she was not interested. She said she had told him she had been blank, and he stated that he did not date broken women. Wow. What do you call yourself there, Brian? He had discussed how he had attended blank and described it as a small rural college in Pennsylvania. He advised that he had been taught by police officers. Yeah, sure. Referring to the Moscow homicides, Koberger had stated that whoever had committed the homicides must have been pretty good. That's interesting because you remember he wants to be the smartest guy and smartest guy in the room. I cannot stand him. So of course, him doing that and then like setting it up like, oh yeah, this it's pretty smart because it was him. Oh my god. This conversation occurred approximately 3 weeks after the homicides occurred. They discussed the idea that students were getting ready to leave for the winter break right after the homicides occurred, and that this timing made it a good choice by the murder. Oh, when did that? I wasn't on mute, right? Um, she did not know what kind of car Koberger drove or if he had even had a car. Did I get on mute when I read that? Because that's pretty I think that's an interesting thing where I don't know if that was on mute. I don't know when I hit it. When I moved the mic, it freaking hit it. So I just thought it was interesting where it says Koberger had stated that whoever had committed the homicides must have been pretty good. The conversation occurred approximately 3 weeks after the homicides. They discussed that the idea is that students were getting ready to leave for winter break right after when the homicides occurred, and that this timing made it a good choice by the murderer. She did not know what kind of car Koberger drove or even if he had a car. Koberger never mentioned friends or family to her. He discussed liking to hang out in the forest. She found this odd because of the lack of forests in the area. She said Koberger never discussed knives with her. Regarding complaints of Koberger's behavior, she said that she had made a few complaints to blank. She had been directed to copy her complaints to the blank and that she was reluctant to do this because she had not had good experiences with the blank in the past. I don't know, is it like the HR department of the school? I don't know. She said that Coberger was insulted that the department had brought on 2 women to fix his grading work as a TA. Wow, for blank. Oh, he is definitely sexist. She discussed finding Koberger's Reddit discussing his research at blank. She also said that she had found his SoundCloud. The Reddit included him surveying ex-convicts about their emotions when committing crimes. After the homicides had occurred, he had said he had a few scrapes right now. This statement was made at the Christmas party. She noticed that after the homicides, Koberger was at the office more. She observed him often in his office. She assumed he was coming back for the spring semester because he had asked about a theory class that they would take in the spring. I'm a little bit confused right here, though. After the homicides occurred, he had said he had a few scrapes right now. Like, when did he say that? Like, he was just talking to her, like, oh, I have a few. Okay, it was at the Christmas party. He just said, "Oh, I had a few scrapes right now." Like, did he show her? What? Anyway, she said that she didn't observe anything specifically about Koberger that pointed to the homicides besides his focus on policing and comments about women having a harder time getting a job as a professor, especially when he hit the job market. Oh, because he's the catch. He said, "Oh, everybody's gonna want to hire him." He said Koberger had conflict with blank, questioning her immigration status and insinuating he was superior to her in research abilities. She said Koberger was always late when there were female instructors. So we see this multiple people are saying this. Almost every person that freaking knew him, all these students and um coworkers, they all are saying that. Because I mean, these are different people that we're hearing, and it's there's so many similarities between what they're all saying about him. Anyway, she said female students blank had a whiteboard in their office and where they kept track of the number of times when Koberger was late to class, when female instructors were presenting, or when he would cut off a female when she was speaking. She said Koberger was a vegan, a strong Catholic, and that he did not drink. She did not recall Koberger having disparaging comments about members of the Greek system. She said Koberger enjoyed conflict and was disparaging toward women. She described an outburst Koberger had regarding a grade he had received from blank. She said that in approximately 40 times, In the 40 times she had been around Koberger, she had never observed him exhibit empathy towards others. She said Koberger did not like the fact that he discounted the that's interesting because, a couple other people said that, and it's not something you would think somebody would just think to say, so I bet you they asked that question to them, I'm guessing, because I mean, how many people I mean, I think that's the 3rd person that said that, right? So, like, what's the chance that 3 people are gonna think to even say that? Like, "You know what? I don't never observed him exhibit empathy." I'm guessing that they asked them that, you know what I'm saying? They asked, "Hey, have you ever seen him exhibit any empathy?" Or however they worded it. Anyway, she said Koberger did not like the fact that she discounted the offender in studying sexual assault cases. Wait, that she discount Koberger did not like the fact that she discounted the offender. Hmm. He said she was being dismissive of the offender. He thought she should be focusing on the offender and what they left behind. He thought the offender had a stronger impact on the crime rather than the victim. Of course, you would think that that's really interesting there too. Let me take a sip of that. Of course, I mean a person that commits a murder, that would you would think that would be his mentality. Okay. Um. So she said he thought he was dismissing what she was doing just to argue. She said he was dismissive toward women and not men. She said it did not cross her mind that Koberger may have been responsible for the Moscow murders. She said Koberger always seemed reclusive. She said he didn't get the hint that she wanted him to leave when he was in her office. She said she had to leave her office in order to get him to leave her office. She said that she had thought Koberger used a blank. She further stated that he had private lockers available to the students that could be assigned individually. I later contacted her to inquire if Koberger had a locker there. They advised he did not. They later contacted whoever, not her, but somebody. Okay. She said that she had never met anyone who acted in such condescending manner and wondered why people in power in the department did not address his behavior. The way he spoke to females in the department was unsettling to them. In reference to the Moscow homicides, he would say that it was horrible. In discussing whether the murderer would be caught, he said maybe it was a one and done type of thing. That's interesting there too, because we all wonder, was he planning on doing it again? So going into it, him saying that right there, going into it makes me think he went into it thinking it was going to be a one and done thing just to get like what it felt like for his studying. Plus, I'm sure there's other motives, but like just to kind of get it that experience. But I think somebody like him would not have been able to stop at the one because he would have been like, "Okay, next time I could even do it better. I won't make any mistakes." Like, he would keep trying. So I'm guessing he probably went into it thinking one and done. It wouldn't have been that way. Guarantee he would have done it again. Anyway, she said Koberger sometimes discussed the evidence left behind at crimes and how an offender might mitigate against that by wearing gloves. These statements were related to her research work and not specific to the Moscow homicides. She said that he did not discuss vehicles, surveillance, or weapons that could be used, but did talk about the time of day that offenders might choose. She talked about how there were conversations about how Koberger might be an incel. In relation to his Reddit page and his confrontation with Blank, said had a bad interaction regarding a front office undergrad staffer named Blank. She mentioned problems Blank was having with Coberger. She says students were told not to leave. Wait, she says students were told not to leave Blank alone with Coberger. Oh, not to leave this person alone with Coberger. Um, she said undergraduate student or wait, she said undergraduate students. I don't know. That's weird. It doesn't. Anyway, Coburg was a TA for a one-on-one class. 3 female students from the class told her that Koberger was an awkward guy who would hang around and try to contribute conversations that he was not a part of. She recalled one of these students named Blank said that no one wanted to talk to Koberger or hang around him. Based on how he talks to women and treats women, people in the department thought he was possible future artist. Look, I mean, I think this is important. called him he was a possible future rapist. Interesting. She said she would not have pegged Kohberger for committing the Moscow homicides. Oh, okay. Now we got they interviewed somebody birthday 94. This person was the blank driver that he was the driver that dropped Kaylee and Maddie off that night. Okay, let's see what he has to say. Because it says, look, he dropped them off prior to. Sorry, I should have read that. Oh, right here. Uh, dropped Maddie and Kaylee off at their apartment prior to the homicides. Okay. So they interviewed him November 18th, as he was one of the last people to see the victims prior to the homicides. He was a person of interest in the investigation. He cooperated fully and completely with our inquiries. He provided his telephone and consented to a search of the phone, as well as providing us with a password for the phone. The phone was downloaded during the interview and returned back to him before he left. The consent form for the phone was scanned and the scan placed on the disk and given to Moscow. He also consented to giving us a sample of his DNA. I took samples using buccal swabs. I transferred these swabs to Moscow. He removed his shirt and allowed us to look for any injuries he might have in his arms or torso. No injuries were observed. This interview was recorded with both audio as well as video recordings. You know what would be really sucky? Like, what if, like, Jack, he's the ex-boyfriend, so he's going to be somebody they look into. But what if he actually really did, like, fall or something and have scrapes? It had nothing to do with the murders, but yet they check him for injuries and he had injuries. And it's crazy because people get falsely convicted. Not a lot. I don't want to say a lot because it's not like it's tons, but often enough, there's multiple people. I don't know what the statistics are, but can you imagine? I thought of that. I was like, gosh, what if like one of these people did like fall and like it had nothing to do with it, nothing to do with it, but then they would get maybe accused of it, you know? Anyway, but good thing they didn't. This person didn't either. The interview was recorded with both audio as well as video. Okay. He advised that he was a driver for both blank and blank, as well as blank. I think it's probably like Uber and Lyft. He drove a blank bearing Idaho license plate. He said he's one of the only drivers in the area that serves Moscow. We covered some biographical history regarding blank. On Friday, November 11th, he worked until 3 a.m. He started driving again at 10:30 and 11 a.m. on the 12th. Beginning at 3 or 4 in the afternoon, he had a steady work until 3 or 4 in the morning. He advised his wife was not a fan of him staying out late driving. But that weekend, she was out of town with her parents in Hayden. Well, I thought the guy was a student. I mean, I guess a student could be married. Wait, hold on. When is his birthday? Well, 94. No, he would have been 28, it looks, if I did the math. He would have not, he probably, so maybe, huh? I think I was thinking of somebody I saw in that documentary, and I don't think that was the person I was thinking of. But anyway, where are we at? Okay, so his wife wasn't happy with him staying out late driving, but that weekend she was out of town with her parents. He advised that he had given Kaylee 10 to 15 rides since the last school year. He said that he had also given Maddie rides, but didn't know about Ethan and Xana. He said that around 10 p.m., Kaylee had texted asking for a ride to the corner club. He thought there were 3 girls on that ride. He advised he drove them directly from the house where Kaylee lived to the club. He advised he had driven this route several times before. He said he doesn't remember what the conversation in the car was about on the way to the club. He said he has not heard or overheard any problems from the group of people that Kaylee is usually with. He said he tries his best not to be a creep. I thought that was interesting. Like, I try my best not to be a creep. Like, you have to try not to be a creep, or like, shouldn't you just not be a creep? But what I think it was is you probably just choice of words. It's probably just like I try not to like, be nosy or listen, or you know what I'm saying. I think that's what he meant, but it's just a weird choice of words because you should just not be a creep. You shouldn't have to try. but I think I know what he was trying to say. Okay. He's well, that tastes like cologne. Ugh. Anyway, he said he got another text from Kaylee at 1:45 asking to be picked up at the Grub truck. He said when he picked Kaylee and Maddie up at the Grub truck, Kaylee sat in the front, Maddie sat in the back. He said he drove the two girls directly from the Grub truck to their house. He said Kaylee was a little more drunk than Maddie, which is interesting because remember the person at the Grub truck was talking about how drunk Maddie was. Huh. Um, he said that when he got to the house that the lights were on and that there were four cars parked in the driveway. He said he noticed the black SUV on the left side sticking out. He also said that there was a silver car on the road. He did not notice anyone walking on the road. He watched the girls go into the house. He said on this occasion they didn't pay him for the ride. He said that was not unusual and that he expected that they would pay him later. He said he never gave rides for free and that there was always there was always the understanding that they would pay. He said he has never been into the house or anyone's house as a driver. He advised that he advised that the girl's state of inebriation was pretty standard. He said that this ride was off the books, meaning that it was not managed through, probably Lyft or Uber or whoever he drives for. The girls had his number and contacted him directly. He said that 5 to 10% of the rides he gives are off the books. He said that he did not go back to the girl's residence that night. When asked to provide an alibi, he stated that he was home at the time of the homicides. He said he could support him being home at the time of the homicides, but providing security camera footage from around his house showing his vehicle parked there and what time he got home. I asked him to provide a copy of this footage, and he said he would. And I was later advised that he brought a copy of the footage to the police department. He said that he first became aware of the homicides through the vandal alert text, and he was shocked that this kind of thing never happens in Moscow. When asked if he had any idea who could have committed these crimes, he described an event that occurred approximately 1 month ago at the public restrooms downtown near Friendship Square. He said he stopped to use the restroom at 1:30 to 2:30 a.m. and there was a thin-billed white male in his 30s with tattoos, approximately 5 feet 10 inches tall, in the bathroom, um, wearing a white tank top and sharpening a fillet knife at the sink. That's pretty creepy. What the heck? Wow. Ooh. Okay. November 19th. They interviewed a number of people regarding a tip that come in regarding information from a Moscow citizen named blank, date of birth 1969. So an older one. Let's see what they say. All right. Beginning November 19th, they interviewed a number of people regarding this tip that came in from this person that was born in 1969. Okay. So the first person named blank that was born in 1989 contacted law enforcement to provide a tip about a woman named blank. Said a man she worked with at blank in Moscow told her about a story he had heard from blank about a man blank, the man that, a man she had met prior to the homicides who might be the murderer. She forwarded a picture of a typewritten statement dated November 17th. She had made regarding her memory of the conversation with the man. A scan of that written statement has been placed on a disk. In this written statement, she writes about a conversation she had with a stranger between 3 weeks and 2 months ago prior in front of blank business named blank. She described the man as a big guy, tall and burly with reddish brown hair. She said the man had purchased a soda from a vending machine in front of her business and that there was and that was where the conversation took place. She writes that this man said he was homeless, living out of his van and had recently parked in front of the blank and police had told him to park somewhere else. She wrote the man said he had been accused of shoplifting from somewhere that morning. She wrote that the man talked about a knife he had, how sharp it was, and that she would be surprised how many people it could take out in a short time. She wrote the man then talked about a sorority girl. Wait, she wrote? She wrote the man, then talked about a sorority girl who worked at a restaurant downtown who had snubbed him. Oh, she's saying, oh, I get what they're saying. So she wrote, so remember, she's writing this. So she's talking about the man then talked about a sorority girl who worked at a restaurant downtown who snubbed him and that she would regret it. Crazy because freaking Xana and Maddie worked at a restaurant. Anyway, she further wrote the man said she further wrote that the man said he knew the girl lived on the other side of the university to the south. She agreed to an interview and came into the Moscow Police Department. She recounted verbally what she wrote in her written statement. She advised she had narrowed down the day she met the stranger as being October 18th, plus or minus a couple days. In an attempt to identify the person she claimed to have spoken with, we conducted numerous interviews with people associated with blank to include blank and blank. We carried Moscow Police Department records regarding the report with the man in his van at blank. Wait, the records regarding the reported contact with the man in his van at the blank. Okay, through conversations with blank people as well as Moscow Police Department records, the occupant of the van was identified as blank. Um, Blank was well known to local law enforcement and was contacted in the case. When shown a photograph of blank, I blank said that was not the man she reported talking to in front of her business. Huh. We also interviewed several people associated with blank, including blank. Manager and manager. Okay, none were aware of shoplifting complaint as described by the stranger in the statement. She had mentioned that she had suggested to the stranger that he contact the blank next to hers in search of a job. We interviewed the owner and they said that he had never met the stranger but had heard about him from blank. All these interviews were recorded as audio. This audio was placed on a disc and will be transferred to the Moscow. Okay. She advised that there were security cameras showing the front of her business, but they were not working during the time she believed she had talked to the stranger. Ultimately, we were able to obtain copies of video from Latah County Department of Motor Vehicles, which was located across the street from that business. One of the cameras covered the front where they claimed the contact with the stranger occurred. After reviewing 11 days of daytime footage from this camera, we found no footage that depicts the conversation with the man in front of her business consistent with her statements. Wow. She continued to contact me and Detective Tolson on numerous occasions, but both via text as well as voicemail, advising us additional information she recalled. I have placed a text I received on a disc. Wow, like that's weird. Was it maybe longer ago than she remembered? Huh. I know, right, Joe Warren? What should I use for the blank? I don't know if I should say blank or redacted. I never know what word to place in it. It's like I think that's the best one to do. It's easier to say that than redacted. Well, I don't know. Okay, on March 2nd, they conducted an interview with somebody and they actually redacted the date of birth. Well, normally they at least tell the year, but this, yeah. Anyway, so located in the city of Pullman, a student in the programs at blank and Bryan Kohberger was blank during the fall semester. So one of the students would have known Bryan Kohberger, right? Okay. They conducted an interview. Okay, so she attended criminal justice class during fall semester 2022. Coberger was blank for that course. I'm sure it was this TA, right? Or student, either or. She liked the course and met Coberger that first week. She met with Coberger once in his office to go over her work on a brief. He gave her suggestions and didn't like the feedback he was given. She didn't like the feedback she was given. Or wait. He gave her suggestions and she didn't like the feedback he was given. Okay. Coberger came off as smart but quiet and off. He seemed kind of smart, not weird, just off. She believes he only showed up to class twice. He didn't really do much. He was kind of He was kind of a useless TA. He was really interested in psychology behind crimes. Approximately 20 students attended the class. She had a few interactions with Coberger and only a few email exchanges through school. She sent me photographs of her online conversation with him, which I entered into the Tiburon e-files. Remember, guys, I'm always gonna like start reading. So where I'm reading is always gonna be like right under, like right there. So it's easier to follow. So you could just not even pay attention to this up here because I'll always be reading like down here. Is that making sense? Okay, so they're interviewing Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Timothy Best regarding information he had received related to the homicide. So now this is gonna be a sheriff chief deputy. Okay. Best advised that he had received information from blank at blank, related that he had received a phone call from somebody and said that this person said blank sounded drunk. He lived at blank in Moscow. This address is approximately 350 feet from the house where the homicides occurred. He advised his uncle used to work for the ATF and that he had his uncle's ATF hat and jacket. He said he put on his hat and jacket and walked into the crime scene when the bodies were being removed. He said he had walked into the crime scene and observed the blood evidence. He said he spoke to a Moscow police officer named Blank and is not a Moscow police officer. Wait, named Blank. Blank is not a Moscow police officer. He was a recruit but didn't make it to the FTO. Wait a minute. This person pretended to be ATF? Is that what I'm witnessing and went onto the crime scene? Am I understanding this right? Blank said Blank wanted to search his house, but said that he would not give him consent and said Blank would have to talk to his landlord. Blank said that he described the crime scene as shooting a deer inside of an apartment building. Further told Blank that he was outside of his house getting ready for a hunting trip when he heard a car starting at approximately 3:45. Yeah, that's interesting because I'm surprised that, like, well, I know it didn't go to trial, but that would have been something that defense could have used as like a big thing. Like, wouldn't that like that contaminate the scene? That's crazy, dude. Like that could be like their whole defense that could have, right? They could have been like, dude, I mean, was he framed? I mean, he could have put some, you know what I'm saying? He could have framed somebody or I don't know. I mean, you just never know. I mean, I'm saying I think Brian's the right guy. There's not a doubt in my mind. But I'm just saying they could have used that for defense. That's freaking crazy. Wow. Anyway, so I'm surprised we didn't hear more about that. Okay, so and the fact that not only he pretended to be ATF, right? Then he was not giving him consent to search the house, and that would look so suspicious. Anyway, it says this person said he described the crime scene as shooting a deer inside of an apartment building. He further told Blank that he was outside of his house getting ready for a hunting trip when he heard a car starting at 3:45 a.m. on the morning of the homicides and saw a car from the area of the homicide and drove past his house. Oh, saw a car coming from the area of the homicide and drove past his house. He had no vehicle description other than it was a car. Oh, that's helpful. Oh, you're really helpful. No, that's crazy. He told him that all the victims were double tapped in the house. What the heck does that mean? Double tapped? He made no mention of anyone being stabbed. He described a blood trail in the house that led toward the bathroom, but that he didn't make it. He said he went hunting that day near Deary with a man named Blank and said there were reporters near his house setting up to shoot a video and that one of the reporters had backed into his vehicle. What does double tap even mean? Can somebody help me out there? What does that mean? How isn't there more? Like, you would think that they really would investigate this guy big time. Was that all then? Because, I mean, you'd think that that'd be like, wait a minute, neighbor or somebody that lives close, pretending somehow being able to get onto the crime scene, freaking is weird about letting us search his place. Wow. Oh, somebody's alarm's going off. Okay. Okay. Thanks, James. I did not know that. All right. Interviewed. So somebody interviewed blank, date of birth 85, regarding her observation of a suspicious person at the Moscow blank that occurred prior to the homicides. Huh. November 29th. They interviewed somebody, date of birth 85, regarding her observation of a suspicious person prior to the homicides. Blank was accompanied by her mother, blank. She described seeing a suspicious white male standing near the self checkout area in Moscow, staring at a man and a woman she thought might have been homicide victims Xana and Ethan. She said that the suspicious male was 5'11, not overweight, with brown hair in his mid 50s, wearing clean clothes with no coat. Okay, I was gonna say, was that Brian? He always staring weird at people, but in his mid 50s. Okay, wearing clean clothes. That's an interesting thing to say. Clean clothes with no coat. She said he maybe had facial hair, maybe had glasses. She said he was creepily staring at them. She describes the man's appearance as being outdated. She said she thought this may have occurred between the end of October to the weekend of the homicides occurred. Well, she said that she may have seen the same man within the next couple days driving a white pickup near the dollar store. Her level of confidence that it was the same man was approximately 60%. Moscow Police Department. Oh, wait, sorry. So she drew a sketch of the self checkout area showing where she was standing in relationship to the couple and suspicious man. I later transferred the sketch to the police department and placed a digital scan. I wish they would include some of the stuff that they attach. All right. Now we have they interviewed somebody, date of birth 2000 at the sorority house in Idaho, Moscow, Idaho. Um, so homicide victims Maddie and Xana were both members of the sorority, blank sorority. The purpose of this interview was with blank. The purpose of this interview with blank was for her to go through the blank member roster and identify other members that were particularly close with Maddie and Xana for the purposes of conducting subsequent victimology interviews. We asked for former roommates, fellow pledge class members, big and little sisters, etc. We had been provided a member roster list for the university from the university. She printed a new roster list from the sorority and gave it to us. Okay. All right, now we have date of birth. They interviewed somebody, date of birth 1982, regarding her concern that the blank, something, date of birth 1970, at the apartment complex where she lived could be responsible for the homicides. So, wonder if it's it could be like the landlord or the apartment manager or somebody. Obviously, I mean, not a student. I mean, 1970, I wouldn't guess it's a student, but it's probably somebody that's either landlord or a manager there at the apartment complex, right? So now she's saying she thinks that he could be responsible. Let's see why. All right. So why? It says this apartment complex was known as the blank and was located off a blank. Very helpful. Thank you. Yep. We know exactly where. Oh my gosh. Okay. So she advised that blank told her he knew the victims, Kaylee and Maddie. She said that his wife worked as a blank. She says she saw that blank had a bandage on his right hand and told her he cut it during a woodworking accident. This interview was audio recorded. On December 2nd, Detective Alderson and I contacted Blank at his office at the apartment. See, I'm sure it's like apartment manager or something. Okay, so they contacted this guy, right? Despite being considered a person of interest in a homicide investigation, he was cooperative and friendly throughout the interview. He told us he had an accident with a table saw on November 9th or November 16th and had been treated at blank in Moscow. His wife later called and confirmed the date was November 16th. He said that he would sign a release of medical records if we wanted. He confirmed that his wife blank at one of the sororities on campus. His wife blank at one of the sororities on campus. He said he had heard of Xana and Maddie but had not met them. For alibi purposes, he said at the time of the homicides he was asleep at his house located at blank in Moscow. He showed me pictures on his phone of security footage on the night of the homicide showing his vehicle parked in the driveway of his house from 12:11 to 6:53 a.m. on November 13th. I took a photograph of his phone showing this image. I asked to see his wound. He showed me his left index finger. The wound was consistent with the injury from a table saw. There was evidence of the kerf of the blade removing flesh from his finger. I took photographs of his finger. I asked him for a DNA sample. He consented, which I took buccal swabs and transferred the swabs. Okay. Now they interviewed somebody, date of birth 01, via telephone regarding blank members who were close with victim Kaylee. I subsequently interviewed members blank, date of birth 2002, and another one 2001 for victimology purposes. Okay. Let's see. December 2nd, Idaho State Police or Detective. Okay, so they interviewed these people. Let's see what they say. Homicide victim Kaylee, 2001, date of birth, was a member of the blank sorority. The purpose of this interview was for her to go through the member roster and identify members that were particularly close with Kaylee for the purposes of conducting subsequent victimology interviews. We asked for former roommates, fellow pledge class members, big and little sisters. We had been provided a member roster list from the university. On 12/6, Detective Alderson and I interviewed blank, birthday 2002, at the police department for victimology or possible purposes related to her relationship with Kaylee. She was a former roommate as well as fellow pledge class member with Kaylee. She had also known victims Xana and Ethan and Maddie. On December 7th, I interviewed somebody, date of birth 2001, at the Idaho State Police for same purposes. She was a former roommate as well as a fellow pledge class member with Kaylee. So I think they were roommates when Kaylee was in the sorority, probably at the sorority house, right? She also knows Xana and Maddie. These interviews were recorded. Okay, that was pretty pointless. Now they interviewed blank fraternity chapter, probably leader, or I don't know, something blank. Some guy in a fraternity, date of birth 2001, regarding blank who were close with victim Ethan. And also they interviewed somebody else. Okay. So people from Ethan's fraternity. Okay, he was a member of the fraternity. The purpose of this interview was for him to go through the roster and identify members that were particularly close with Chapin for the purposes of conducting subsequent victimology. So they basically did the same thing, fellow pledge class members, big and little brothers, roommates, all that stuff. Okay. So, yeah, they interviewed a bunch of people, a lot of fraternity people, I'm sure. So she's just naming all of them and their birthdays. And then it says, with the exception of blank, these interviews were audio recorded. Okay, so that's pretty pointless here. I mean, for us, because it doesn't tell us anything. Oh, but wait, what does this say? I've later placed these recordings on a disc. Okay, and then it says on December 13th, 2022, blank gave me an odd letter that had been sent to the house from a blank from Winchester. I will transfer this letter to Moscow. Wait, didn't we read that? Wasn't that one of the ones? Oh, the last live or something. What was it? I feel like I'm remembering something about it. Oh, my leg, my back. Oh, I feel like there's a nerve. That's why I was trying to lower the seat because it's just the way that it's having me sit. It's just making my go down my leg. Back problems. I hate it. Oh man, like I can't sit anymore. You know, I used to be able to sit for a while and do, but God, it kills me to sit. All right. Where are we at now? So now we're interviewing somebody birthday 2001. It was known to us as homicide victim. Blank was known to us as homicide victim Maddie Mogan's ex-boyfriend. Oh, so Maddie's ex-boyfriend? Wait, are they calling ex-boyfriend like the boyfriend that was with her at the time? Because she had a boyfriend at the time. Or was it like an ex before that? I don't know. And we're not going to know because they're going to blank out the name. Because remember, I think his name was Jake. It was her current boyfriend, but he was in Boise. So is that who they're talking about? Let's see. Or is it an ex before that? Okay. As an ex-boyfriend of one of the victims, Blank was considered a person of interest in the investigation. I called and asked him to come to the office. He agreed and came directly. He agreed to provide DNA, which I took buccal swabs. He also consented to have his phone downloaded for us to review. This was done during the course of the interview. His telephone number was, he signed a consent form from his phone search. I later transferred buccal swabs as well as the phone download. Okay, I scanned the consent with as well as recording of the call asking him to come into the office. Okay. I examined his arms, hands, and did not observe any marks or cuts. Took photographs of his arms and hands. He said at the time he was sleeping at his residence located in Coeur d'Alene. When I forgot to say it already, Coeur d'Alene. I don't know. So this must be another X, an X. So, because you know, sometimes they'll say like if it's her current boyfriend at the time, it still would be an ex because they're not I don't know. I was just wondering if they were just calling him his ex, but no, because this wonder how long ago. Let's see. I don't know. I don't know who her ex is. I know who her current boyfriend was. But anyway, so he said he was in Coeur d'Alene. He said he had a roommate named Blank. He said Blank's telephone number was blank. He said that he did not remember whether his roommate was at the apartment that night. He said he had worked on November 12th. He said he went to lunch with his family and roommate at Coeur d'Alene. Um, the next day, he said he said Blank was the first person to tell him about the homicides. He was unclear what had happened at first because some people were saying they had overdosed and others were saying they had been stabbed. He texted with his friend Blank, who had known Blank and Kaylee, asking about what had happened. Blank said it happened, said it had happened and it was all real. Blank said it was felt surreal. He said that he would have no idea, no clue who would have committed the homicides. He gave biographical information and victimology information. I don't know who that would be, unless if it was Jake. I don't know. Where's Boise at compared to Coeur d'Alene? Because would that be like kind of near each other? That maybe it was. I don't know. Oh, man, I'm stuffed up for some reason, but I feel like it's not like a cold. I feel like it's from these allergies, like when how I get sometimes from doing lives. I don't know why. I don't know why. Hold on, I'm just bringing up my map real quick, just so I have it in case I need to type in anything. Okay. How do you spell that? Core. Cordaline. Wait, let me see how to spell that real quick. I'm gonna put that in here. Oh, I spelled that totally wrong. Hold on 1 second, guys. I just wanna put it into the map because I have no idea where it's at. Okay, let's see. Whoa, 1 hour and 30 minutes? From the King Road to Coeur d'Alene. Now I just put in that Coeur d'Alene, so it's like they usually goes, like, right in the middle of the city probably, or I don't know how they do it. Okay, let's see how far Boise is, though. No, Boise's the other way, so it can't be Jake. Okay, or yeah, because look, check this out. Um, so Coeur d'Alene, Coeur d'Alene, Coeur d'Alene, Coeur d'Alene. I don't know. I know somebody's gonna Coeur d'Alene, Coeur d'Alene, Coeur d'Alene, I think that's how you say it, Coeur d'Alene. So Coeur d'Alene is north and, Boise's south. So, um wait, is that right? No. Hold on a second, because it was said about an hour, a little over an hour to get from here to here. Why is it saying 7 hours? Hold on. 5 hours to get to Boise? That's how far Coeur d'Alene? Coeur d'Alene? Coeur d'Alene? Coeur d'Alene? That's how far why was I thinking Boise was closer than that? Coeur d'Alene? Okay. Huh, anyway, it's total different opposite sides, so this can't be, her current boyfriend at the time, it's an ex, which I don't know who he is. Okay. So they interviewed him, he's got a alibi, it looks like, he was, what, an hour or so away? Um, alright, so now they oh, here. Beginning on December 6th, Idaho s wait, did I skip a page? Let me make sure. Yeah, no, okay. Okay. December 6th, Idaho State, detectives, they contacted hospitals, medical clinics that provided service for Moscow and surrounding areas to inquire about any patients treated for knife wounds in the days following the homicides. I contacted the following providers, um, and all reported no treatment consistent with knife wounds. I contacted following providers in d'Alene, Coeur d'Alene, Coeur d'Alene. Anyway, so we contacted providers in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, Katuna Health, Prairie Clinic, and they responded with a list of patients treated for possible what knife wounds. I placed this list on a disk and will transfer it to Moscow. I contacted the following providers in Spokane, Washington. All reported no treatment consistent with knife wounds. I contacted the following providers in Pullman, Washington. No treatment in knife wounds. So Moscow, nothing. Spokane, nothing. Pullman, nothing. But Coeur d'Alene. Coeur d'Alene they did have some with knife wounds. I found it odd that Kutani provided a list of 77 patients treated for sharp object laceration and puncture wounds, while all the other providers advised treating no wounds consistent with what we're looking for. That is crazy. Like all the other areas, not one single one, but you have one hospital. Katuna Health has had 77. What's going on in Katuna in that area? Are people stabbing people or they're clumsy and not knowing how to handle sharp objects? Wow. That's crazy. Okay. The difference is just wow. Huh. All right. So now they had first called Detective Sergeant Michael had first called blank, date of birth 2000, on December 4th. He said he was in Dallas, Texas, and he would be back in Coeur d'Alene the following Tuesday when he would come in for an interview. He called back on 12/6/22 and agreed to come in the following day for the interview. Um, On December 7th, Special Agent Zahakowski and I interviewed this person regarding his presence in Moscow on the weekend of the homicides, as well as his relationships with some of the victims. This was both an elimination interview as well as a victimology interview. He was completely cooperative and friendly throughout this process. He consented to give a DNA sample, which I took using buccal swabs. I later transferred those swabs to the Moscow Police Department. He also consented to download his phone for a forensic examination. This was all done while the interview was conducted. The phone number was blank. A copy of this download was provided to MPD. I have scanned the consent form and placed a scan on the disk. Blank name blank name had come through tip 5594. The information on this tip alleged that blank resides in Coeur d'Alene and frequently visits Moscow, where he stays in a travel trailer. The tip further alleges that he is acquainted with victims Kaylee and Maddie and had pressured them to join him at this trailer on the night before the murders. Wow. But they refused. The tip further alleges that the University of Idaho student blank had refused blank advances over Labor Day weekend, and that blank became violent and threw a vape at her. Who is this person? Well, I want to see when his birthday is. Is he older? No, 2000. So he would have been 22 at the time of the murder, right? Huh. He said he lives in Coeur d'Alene. Coeur d'Alene. Why can't I get this right? I'm sorry, guys. Coeur d'Alene. Oh, thanks, Steph. Yay! Thank you so much. Yay, and you made it. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Super chat 999. Okay, so he threw a vape at her, and then he said he lives in Coeur d'Alene and works at the blank in the blank department. He said he had traveled to Moscow on November 12th to 13th, and he said he had traveled to Moscow for the purposes of attending the University of Idaho football game with his friend. Or wait, to the University of Idaho football game in which his friend Blank played for the Vandals. Blank advised he had traveled to the game with Blank's parents, who pulled their traveler trailer for the game. Huh. He said he knew Kaylee and Maddie and Xana from Blank. And he said that he and Kaylee and Maddie all attended Blank together. And Coronado Xana had attended school, in Post Falls. He related that he had several friends that were students at the University of Idaho. Oh God, I hope I don't get hiccups. Great. I think I'm getting hiccups, guys. If I get them, I'm gonna have to get the knife. Or that sounds really bad. Hold on. They will not go away if hold on, maybe I could they just get so annoying when I get them, guys. I hate them. I get them so much too. They have this trick with the butter knife. Okay, maybe I'll be all right. All right, so where are we at? So he had several friends that were students. Wait, he related that he had several friends that were students at the University of Idaho. He said he had talked to Kaylee, but they had never dated. He said Kaylee and Maddie mostly stuck to their own friend group. He said that he had Snapchatted Maddie to see if they wanted to hang out. Maddie said they were going to a Greek party. He said that he and his friends could not go because they were not Greek. He said his friend Blank lived in the blank in Moscow, and that after the game, he had hung out at the blank trailer for a while and then had gone to Blank's apartment. He said that he ended up going to an off campus party at a house northeast of the blank apartments that he referred to as a golf party because University of Idaho golf players live there. He said most of the people that were at his party were student athletes from the University of Idaho. He said he said immediately after the game he had hung out at Blank's parents' trailer. After that, at approximately 8 or 9 p.m., they left to go to the golf house party. He said he estimated about 50 to 100 people were present for that party. He said he stayed at the party for approximately 4 hours and then went back to Blank's apartment between 1 and 2. He said Blank had a friend who was a female Blank named blank, who had an apartment near blank. He said he blank and some other friends went to this person's apartment and hung out. He said that he ended up sleeping at blank's apartment that night. He said a couple of other girls had shown up at the apartment, but he did not know their names. He said he never went to the house where the homicides occurred and had no additional contact with the girls that night. He said he tried calling Maddie the next day and filled out a victim background questionnaire. Okay. So that's about it for that. So then they interviewed somebody, date of birth 2001. And this person gave DNA with buckle swabs. This person had traveled with friends to Moscow for the football game. He said he knew victim Xana from blank, but had no contact with her for a year or two. He said that he didn't know any of the other victims, and had never been to the house where the homicides occurred. That's it for that interview. Okay. I'll read this next one and then I'll go up to page 1. 1 to 18 we still have to do too. Pages 1 to 18, the first page. Okay. December 9th, 2022. They interviewed somebody, birthday 2001. This person was a friend of Xana's. And it says since. I'm sure it gives a date. Don't know why they had to black out how long they've been friends. That has to be a date. They've been friends since redacted. I don't know. December 9th. Okay, they interview this friend of Xana's. They've been friends since don't know how long, because we're not allowed to know how long they've been friends. But this person described his relationship with Xana as being in his friend group and not one that was romantic. He said the last time he saw Xana was at a Halloween party hosted by the fraternity at the house down the hill from the fraternity known as the Fratlantis. Fratlantis. It's funny. Um, he said that he had not had any contact with Xana since the party. He met Ethan at the party. He said Ethan seemed like a very friendly guy. He said he didn't know Kaylee or Maddie, but he thought he might have met Maddie at the party. He gave additional victimology related information. That's it. All right, I'm gonna write this down and then jump back up to. So we're on page 513. Okay, 473 to 513. Okay. Now let's go on page 1 now. All right. We'll read 1 to 18 because we haven't read that yet. Oh man, so sore for some reason. Hi, Gina. Oh, thanks, Anthony. That's so sweet. Thank you. Okay, Karen, thank you. You guys are the best. Hey, Cicely. James, my man James. Hey, Juror 13. Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay. All right, where are we at here? November 13th. The Moscow Police Department requested the Idaho State Police District 2 investigations to assist with multiple persons homicide located at 1122 King Road. There we go. Okay. So, Jeffrey Talbot was assigned as the lead. Alright, so they interviewed blank regarding multiple homicides which took place in Moscow. The interview took place at blank in the Boise, Ada County, Idaho. So November 16th at 3:16, they interviewed this person. The interview took place at his parents' house located in Boise. During the interview, he stated the following. His residence at school was, so he gives his address at school. His residence is approximately 200 to 300 feet from the location of the homicide. So he's basically their neighbor. Um, it had been a little nerve wracking going outside of his apartment. He knew some of the homicide victims. He knew Maddie and Xana. He had met Kaylee the night before the homicide, but did not realize she was one of the victims until later. He did not know the male victim, Ethan. At this point, in the interview, Blank's mother, Blank, arrived home and was present for the remainder of the interview. He had known Maddie since their freshman year, and they were in the same pledge class for the fraternities and sororities on campus. Maddie had dated some of his friends and had positive interactions with um Blank's girlfriend in the past. Um he had classes with Maddie and they had done homework together periodically. He and Maddie had a lot of friends in common as well. He supposed he had met Kaylee prior to that night, but did not recall specifically. He had never met Xana's boyfriend Ethan before. He heard Ethan belonged to uh, blank fraternity. Ethan was also a year younger than him in school. Maddie was dating one of Blank's fraternity's brothers. um, Blank, whom Blank believed lived in Boise. He had spoken to Blank earlier in the day on November 16th. Blank is a stand up guy. So, they're talking about Maddie was dating, and was it one of the fraternity brothers? Is that who he talked to? I mean, is that what they're saying? Huh. 'Cause it said Blank had spoken to Blank earlier in the day, and he's a stand up guy. I wonder if he's talking about that he spoke to Maddie's boyfriend. I don't know. Maddie's previous boyfriend was also one of Blank's friends and is also a nice guy. Probably the guy we just read his interview, whoever that was. He and Maddie were mostly just on and off friends. Saturday night, November 12th, and into Sunday morning, at the end of the game day, people went out to the bars. He ran into Maddie at the corner club. Maddie and Kaylee were going to leave the bar to go to John's Alley and asked him if he wanted to go with him. On the way to John's Alley, Maddie and Kaylee decided to get food at the Grub truck instead. At the Grub truck, Blank was at the Grub truck with them, but was hanging out in the back because he was not getting any food. Oh, wait. They're talking about this is Hoodie Guy. This is Hoodie Guy. Jack. Wait a minute. No, this is going to make me. I was perceiving it. I didn't know who this was, but this has to be. Yeah. Yeah, because he knew Maddie didn't really know Kaylee. Oh, no. Right. Wow. Okay. So in Boise, they interviewed him out, right, you guys? So he's at this point. His mother arrived home. Okay. So he'd known her since freshman year. Just want to kind of skim through this again now, knowing who this is. So she'd known since the freshman year. They were in the same pledge class for the fraternities and sororities. So Maddie had dated some of Blank's friends and had positive interactions with Blank's girlfriend in the past. And so it's basically saying that Maddie had dated some of his friends and had positive interactions with his girl. I don't know. He had classes with Maddie. They had done their homework together periodically. He and Maddie had a lot of friends in common. He supposed he had met Kaylee prior to that night, but did not recall. He had never met Xana's boyfriend Ethan before. He heard Ethan belonged to this fraternity. Okay, he's a year younger. Maddie was dating one of blank's fraternity brothers, whom blank believed lived in Boise. He had spoken to blank earlier that day. So I don't know if he had spoken to Maddie's boyfriend earlier in the day. It sounds like that's what he's saying, but I mean, it doesn't sound like he even, I don't know. Anyway, Maddie's previous boyfriend was one of blank's friends and is also a nice guy. He and Mogan were this is the thing I'm trying to figure out. What is he and Mogan were mostly just on and off blank friends? What friends? And is he talking about him and Mogan? Or is he talking about this friend he's talking about? So when it says Maddie's previous boyfriend was also one of blank's friends and is also a nice guy. So when then they goes on to say he and Mogan, is he talking about Maddie's ex-boyfriend and Mogan were mostly just on and off blank friends? Or is he talking is it talking about Jack, this guy? I don't know. I'm thinking it's the ex they're talking about right here, he and Mogan. Because the way the sentence comes, it could be either. Anyway, Saturday night on the 12th and into Sunday, November 13th, at the end of the game day, people went out to the bars. He ran into Maddie at the corner club. Maddie and Kaylee were going to leave the bar to go to John's Alley and asked him if he wanted to go with him. So they asked him, by his accounts, they asked him, hey, you want to come with us? On the way to John's Alley, Maddie and Kaylee decided to get food at the Grub truck instead. He was at the Grub truck with them, but was hanging out in the back because he was not getting any food. Someone in a silver sedan picked up Maddie and Kaylee. He assumed it was one of their friends. He told Mogan to have a good night. But that's interesting because they had left, when he didn't even know they left. And then he kind of like, now I gotta watch it again. Does he go up to the car or not? Because if not, and he just walks off, when did he tell him to have a good night? Because they left him and he thought they were gonna walk home with him, I think, and they were already. I was thinking they maybe were already in the car, like so he just kind of like didn't get to talk to him after that, did he? Or maybe he did. Maybe he did get close enough to him to say, "Oh, have a good night," and then, or we saw him walk off, fast. So I don't know if he went up to the car, got close enough to the car to say that or not. Because I mean, he definitely didn't say that near the Grub truck because he's talking to that guy and they took off. So anyway, so they said they have good night. Blank's designated driver shift had already ended at approximately 2 a.m. Blank had a good coat on, so he walked home. He thought it took him 20 to 30 minutes to walk home from the Grub truck. Got home around 3 a.m. and went to bed. Blank showed on a map the way he walked home, and the way he described did not pass the residence of the homicide scene. What does that mean? Blank's designated driver shift had already ended at 2 a.m.? Whose? His? I don't know. So hold on, let me just see something. So his residence was, yeah, because I remember hearing he lived close to 230, 300 feet from the homicide. Okay. Anyway, that's interesting. Where are we at? Oh, we're not done. Okay, so on Sunday, November 13th, he woke up around 10 a.m. to watch NFL football. He left his house and went to Floyd's, a dispensary across the border in Washington. He couldn't remember if he went to Floyd's before he started watching football or if he started watching football, then went to Floyd's. He thought it was weird because he drove past the scene on his way to Floyd's and didn't see any police or anything out of the ordinary. He just drove or he drove a blank. During the morning, people called him to see if he knew what was going on down the street at the homicide. He didn't believe them and walked outside to see. He had to walk down the street to see the resident's homicide scene. There was a rumor of an unconscious person, which seemed believable. During the group chat between the pledge class. Wait, why do I feel like I've read this before? Did I mark this wrong down? Oh, I did read this. Wait, hold on. How did I did? I want to see if I messed up on any other ones. Well, my other numbers that I put 30. I think I did. Wait a minute. Now my thing's getting confusing. I mean, I think I did. I think I'm trying to have. I have these all wrote down. Now I'm confused on what. On 20, 266 to 345. 118. Uh, anyway, I don't know though. Maybe not. Never mind. Um, Now it's not so clear on how I wrote this. Now I'm like, wait, did I read it? So 19 to 29? I can't tell if that I'm supposed to read 19 to 29. I already read 19 to 29. Wait, if um 30 to, I don't know. Let's see though. I'll finish reading this. I don't know if it sounds familiar, but sometimes they repeat things, let's see. During the chat between the pledge classes from the fraternities and sororities, kids realized people were missing and something more than a person passed out might have happened. Most of his chats are via Snapchat. Some of the family members of the victims started letting people know about the homicide before the news did. Blank heard a lot of people were packing up and leaving. He felt jumpy even leaving his apartment and walking out to his car. He would be able to do his classes online, so he packed up the next morning, November 14th, and Monday, November 14th, and left. He'd only been to the residence where the homicide took place maybe once. When he did go there, he was pretty sure it was all different people living there. He heard there was a party there earlier that day that some of his friends went to. He went to the corner club by himself because his friends had went there and worked there. Wait, he went to the corner club by himself because he had friends who went there and worked there. Blank, Mogan, and Kaylee were the only ones in their group who left the corner club and went to the grub truck. Of the victims, only Maddie and Kaylee were at the bar. He believed Coronado and Chapin were still underage. He thought the car in front of their house looked similar to the one who picked them up that night. It seemed like the friend that picked him up was not a random person. People usually use designated drivers from their fraternities or sororities. He thought maybe Xana and Ethan might have picked out Maddie and Kaylee. He doesn't usually go to parties. He usually goes to the bar. He heard a rumor there was a party at the victim's residence earlier. Um, wait. Xana sometimes would get a little crazy with partying and blank and drugs. Yeah, remember with blank and drugs. Mogan just uses alcohol. Kaylee, he thought just drank alcohol only. He doesn't remember meeting Kaylee prior to that night. After the incident, he heard rumors of Kaylee having a stalker. Any girl who belonged to the blank sorority should know about the stalker information. Maddie and Kaylee, he believed, both belonged to the sorority. He had an ex-girlfriend he was trying to get back together with. For most of the past few years, he had a girlfriend who went to a different school, so he hadn't been hanging out with a lot of people regularly. He had no idea who could have committed these homicides. Usually the craziest thing that happens are the people getting MIPs and DUIs. He hadn't heard any rumors about why this could have happened. He thought the only reason someone might have acted out like this is for love. He heard that there are videos of him at the Grub truck with Maddie and Kaylee. The Grub truck live streams video on Twitch. News outlets have identified him from that video and have called him. He left Moscow's Monday morning around noon. He traveled home by the Ontario, Oregon instead of New Meadows because he doesn't like driving through the mountains. With consent, I collected buckle swabs from him, and he had no apparent injuries to his hands, forearms, or head or neck injuries. Okay, let me see something. Let me find something to play while I try to see, because now I don't know if I wrote it. Maybe I thought I have to read 1 to 18, and I already read page 19 to 29, but maybe I read 1 to 18 and haven't read 19 to 20. So let me try to find a video relevant to watch, and then I'm gonna go back and look at my live and see. All right, hold on 1 second. Let me find a good video to watch on this for you guys. Stick around. I mean, we're gonna finish it. That's basically 20 pages. Which ones I already read, I would like to know so I don't just read the same ones. You know what I'm saying? I want to make sure I read just the ones I need. Oh, we could watch. Have you guys watched the Thompson interview with, I don't know, with East Idaho News, or let me see, either that or hold on. There's a Nancy Grace we can watch. Hold on, let me see. Look, here's all right, let me play the link. All right, I'm gonna play that interview while I figure this out.
So looking at my,
but hold on 1 second before I do that. Let me mute my thing. So when I hold on, give me 1 second. Sorry, guys. Oh, it was muted. Okay, here we go.
my calendar, Mr. Thompson, it's interesting that you'd be right in the middle of jury selection had this trial gone forward. What are you doing now this summer? The fact that your calendar kind of opened up.
Well, we still have plenty to do. As you might recall, Judge Hippler is having us address all the different filings with the court that were sealed. There are 240 some odd filings over the past 2.5 years. Most of them were sealed to protect the jury pool. And now that the case is resolved, we're expecting that most of those filings can be unsealed. But what the court is having us do, he's given us chunks of like 40 documents at a time to review and let him know whether there's anything that needs to be redacted or protected before they get unsealed and released. So that's consuming plenty of time right now.
How long do you expect that process to last?
I would guess it probably at least a month or so. 40 at a time for 240, probably a couple months.
Wow.
He's given us 14 days on each batch. And he's going backwards. He's starting with the most current sealed documents because those are the ones he's most familiar with. If you recall, the case was originally with Judge John Judge up here in Latah County. So everything that was sealed prior to the case being transferred last fall to Ada County Judge Hippler is going to have to re-educate himself on what those filings were about so he can make a good decision on whether there's something that needs to be protected.
There also is the police records, which seem to be coming out bit by bit, different media outlets requesting those. Any idea of how much more evidence is out there that the public hasn't yet seen?
Well, when we're talking about how much evidence is out there, as far as evidence that's actually relevant to the charges that would have been brought out at trial, that's probably much smaller than the totality of all the information that was gathered by the investigators, because we have literally gigabytes of data, security videos from around town, from the University of Idaho, for example, that in the end didn't have anything of relevance, but they were gathered early on in the investigation because the investigators were looking for any possible leads to pursue. As far as the police reports, photographs, crime scene photographs, and other evidence like that, the Moscow Police Department and the Idaho State Police are the ones that are the custodians of those records. And so that's why you're seeing the city of Moscow trying to be proactive with getting reports available to the public. And I think they're working on other materials, videos, and photographs to try to get those ready for the public. And I understand the state police are doing something similar. So as quickly as they can act, it'll be unfolding for the public with, of course, review and appropriate redactions.
Having reviewed all of that, what in your eyes is the most disturbing thing that you've seen with this case?
Well, certainly the crime scene itself was very disturbing. The photographs are very graphic. My personal preference is I don't think that many of them should be just generally given out to the public. I think that certainly the public has the right to know, but the families also have some privacy interests. And I think that needs to be balanced. In the end, it's not our office's call. It's going to be the attorneys for the city of Moscow and for the state police as far as how much they believe is appropriate to redact. And again, balance. We want the public to know as much as possible, but we don't want this to become unnecessarily or avoidably painful for the families to have to see what occurred to their loved ones. It's very, very sad. It's going to be very difficult, I'm afraid.
I know Judge Boyce in the Daybell case permanently sealed the autopsy photos and some of the crime scene photos. I guess that could be an option here if Judge Hippler decides to keep some of those items sealed forever.
Well, I'm not sure that Judge Hippler has the jurisdiction on that now because the criminal case is pretty much precluded or concluded. We're operating under Idaho's public records laws, and there is a specific exception or exemption for unwarranted invasions of personal privacy. There's a definition for that, but it requires a balancing of the public interest and the privacy interests. And that's what I know the city of Moscow and the attorneys for the state police are working through. Again, my perspective as the prosecutor is to want to protect the families as much as possible. And I don't see a necessity for saturating the public social media with gruesome photographs of these poor victims, but it's not my call to make.
Right. I want to talk about the plea agreement that, of course, there has been some heat and some criticism against you in your office. Do you think that whole process could have been handled differently or better as far as coordinating with the families?
You know, I think the plea process happened as well as it could given the circumstances. And just to give you background, the state we were never looking for a plea in this case. The defense had maintained all along that their client was factually innocent. So for months now, we've just been preparing for trial. We were in the process of doing that. We came up into, I'm looking at the calendar, June 18th, we were in Boise for hearings on the defense's motion to continue the trial, and also a motion they filed asking for permission to offer alternative perpetrator evidence. It was pretty clear at the conclusion of that hearing that Judge Hippler was not going to grant either of those motions. Again, Ashley Jennings, my senior deputy, and I just came back to Moscow and were continuing to prepare for trial when the defense reached out to us that following week and asked if we were able to make an offer or were interested in making an offer. And we responded initially by saying, well, what is it that your client wants to do or is willing to do? And then the next thing we did is we scheduled meetings with all the families. And that Thursday and Friday, that'd be the 26th, 27th, we met with representatives of all 4 of the homicide victims' families to update them on the case. And we asked them, we said, we've been approached by the defense about a possible plea and we'd like to have your thoughts. And the result of those meetings is, I think, as to be expected. There were some family members who felt strongly that they wanted the death penalty pursued no matter what. And then there were a number of other families and family members who said equally strongly that they wanted to have closure. They did not want the trauma of the trial. They wanted to be able to heal and move on. So we took all that information, all those responses with our attorney team, and over the weekend discussed it. And we responded to the defense by saying, essentially, if the defendant wants to avoid trial, there's only one possibility. He pleads guilty straight up to everything, understanding that he's going to be facing fixed life sentences, and we will require him to waive appeal. And that's the only resolution short of trial that's out there. And by Monday morning, we were advised by the defense, they advised us in the court, the defendant was prepared to plead guilty on those terms. And so the judge set it as quickly as he could for a change of plea, because the court staff were already in the process of bringing in, I believe, 10,000 prospective jurors to start jury selection. And the judge, rightfully so, knew that he needed to move quickly. We needed to move quickly to get the plea on the record if that's in fact what was going to happen. So I think in hindsight, the process was as good as it could get. I know that some folks would have liked more time to think about it and to talk about it. And I respect the opinions of the family members who don't agree with this resolution. I understand that. Just the same as we respect the opinions of the family members who support this resolution. In the end, it was our decision, ultimately my decision as the elected prosecutor, and with the input and concurrence of our attorney team, we decided to make the offer for the resolution, and we believe that's the appropriate resolution.
Is there a way that you can meet with those families and go through your case with them now? Like, this is who we would have called, this is the evidence they would have said, just to maybe get some of those answers for them?
Yes, and we've offered that. And the Monday before the sentencing, one of the families met via Teams with the 2 lead investigators, and Ashley Jennings, my senior deputy, and Josh Hurwitz, who's our special deputy prosecutor. And they spent a lengthy time that afternoon. I wasn't able to attend, answering questions for the family, letting the investigators share information that we couldn't make public before, to try to answer some of those questions. And we're offering the same opportunity to any of the other families if they would like to talk, and we're going to leave it up to them as to if and when they want to have that conversation.
Could you have required him to allocute, to talk about, talk more? I mean, he didn't say anything, meaning Bryan Kohberger.
You know, we thought about what sort of allocution would be required for the plea. Idaho law doesn't require a detailed factual allocution, and in fact, the court doesn't have the authority to compel that. Our feeling on this, and Judge Hippler talked about this too at the time of sentencing, is in this particular case, there would be no way to corroborate or to validate anything the defendant might say. In fact, early on in this investigation, we had members of the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit, BAU, which are their profilers. They were here helping us with the investigation, and they even told us back then, back in November of 2022, early December of 2022, that in all likelihood, whoever was responsible for these murders, the reason that the murderer did what he did would never be known, or if the person tried to say something, it wouldn't make sense to regular people, ordinary people, and likely be even more victimizing. So we elected to not try to pursue anything further than making sure we had a sustainable, factual guilty plea where, as he did under oath, he acknowledged that the charges against him were factually true. It wasn't one of these cases where there was an Alford plea, which is where a person pleads guilty saying that they acknowledge that the evidence is enough to convict him. Here, he acknowledged that he was guilty. And we felt that was the best thing to do in this particular case.
Bill, could you, well, let me rephrase that. Why do you think he took the plea? Why do you think he changed his mind? And in the matter of days, it went from we're going to trial for 3 months to I'm guilty.
Yeah, Nate, I don't know the answer to that. I think the reasons behind why the defendant did what he did as far as pleading guilty are really known only to him and his attorneys. And I don't know if they would be able to talk to you about that, but that's where I would ask.
Yeah. I want to ask you about Dylan Mortensen and her victim impact statement. Tell me, I learned that she did not want to look at Bryan at Kohberger.
Correct. She did not want to look at the defendant, and she did not want him to look at her. And she asked first if she could give her statement seated at the table, the counsel table, as opposed to standing at the podium. And Judge Hippler very graciously said, certainly yes. And then she asked me, because I was sitting on her left, if I would block the view between her and the defendant while she was giving her statement. So that's what occurred in court, and people might have wondered why I was kind of sitting at a little weird angle, looking just straight at Dylan, and that was because she wanted to have some physical protection and asked us to do that for her.
I can't imagine the preparation that went into helping her prepare for that statement. Well, originally to help her prepare to testify. What type of things did you all do to help not only her, but the other victims prepare to go into that courtroom and give their statement?
Well, we did a number of things, and fortunately, both of the surviving roommates have really strong family support and personal support through family and friends and other resources. And so we largely let them have their peace and have their time. We consciously made the decision not to start specific trial preparation discussions with them too early. In fact, we were planning on doing that about this time while we were still doing jury selection, so they weren't, so that the trauma wasn't raised and they had sustained living with that any longer than necessary in anticipation of going to trial. Of course, we had a grand jury. And although I can't talk about what actually happened at the grand jury, you can imagine that a grand jury would be an opportunity for potential witnesses to be meeting with us meeting with them. But the families really did this on their own, and we said, we're here for whatever you want, whatever we can do, just let us know. We want you to have your space. We want you to be healed and as strong as possible. It's tough for him. It's been tough for him.
Right. Did you know what each of them was going to say?
No. We were, well, actually, no, I take that back. We were aware of Bethany's statement because Bethany wrote out her statement and had one of her college friends, Emily, read that. So yes, we did have that in advance, but we did not know what Dylan was going to say, nor did we know what most of the other victims or family members were going to say. It was pretty fresh to us hearing it in court as it was for everybody else in the courtroom.
And what was your reaction hearing some of those? I mean, you got emotional at points when you were speaking, but there were some of those statements were very emotional and very raw.
They were very emotional. They were very honest.
So we'll listen to the second half when I need another break for my voice. I figured out what I needed to. You guys, so NBC News, and there was one other person that came up earlier. Somebody did a video. I can't remember who else. They're saying the same thing. Okay, I heard a male say, "It's okay, Kaylee, I'm here for you." Now, I do know how sometimes people would take like reports that they trust and without confirming the report themselves will pass on that information. But I wonder if it did really say that and we haven't got to it yet, or it's making me want to go find Dylan's interview again, or maybe it was on one of the pages I haven't got to yet. So I'm just so curious if it really did say that. Because you know how these are set up where there's different people interviewing. So there still could be an interview with Dylan that we haven't got to yet. Um, so anyway, NBC just see an article that they said the same thing. All right, so we'll watch the rest of this when I need another little break from my voice. So I figured out. I'm glad I looked because I would have reread. Well, I already read 6 pages. I already read, but from 1 to 18, I have that I needed to read them, and I already read them. So we'll skip down to 20. Okay, so page 20. So no 30. Wait a minute. Yeah, 30. All right. Here we go. So page 30, we have. All right. So on November 18th at 11:36 a.m., they interviewed somebody with a birthday of 2000 in regard to the homicide of Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan. The interview took place at Blank's home located in Parma Canyon County, Idaho. Huh. Here's the summary of the statement. So this person was a friend of Kaylee and Maddie's and was also their neighbor across the street at King Road in Moscow. He did not know the other two victims. Kaylee was in an on and off dating relationship with one of Blank's roommates. So is this one of Jack's roommates, her ex-boyfriend's roommates? Is that who this is, maybe? Oh, okay. So it says blank and blank were in the same fraternity. He also knew Maddie's boyfriend, but he had graduated and was living in Boise. He knew Kaylee a little more than Maddie because she had dated blank, and he said their relationship remained amicable. So it is. It's their it's his roommate. It's Jack's roommate, which would be able to give Jack his alibi, which is good because Blank and his girlfriend Blank were at his house Saturday, November 12th. Blank went to the victim's house around 10. At approximately 10:45, Kaylee or somebody Blank, Kaylee and Maddie got a ride to the Corner Club bar. Located, and it gives the address. Okay, it says he believes that they got a ride from an Uber driver named Blank. He and his friends went to the Corner Club shortly after the girls left. At approximately after an hour, he spoke with Kaylee and Maddie briefly while at the Corner Club before they left. Blank told Blank the two girls were going to John Alley's Tavern. It's probably Jack told him or something. He saw that they were hanging out with another student he identified as Blank, which is that would be hoodie guy, Jack. His name's Jack too. Because it says, and they saw him leave the Corner Club with this person. And Blank told Blank the two girls did not typically hang out with hoodie guy. And he thought it was odd. Blank and Blank walked to Blank's house at approximately 1:30 a.m. and stayed there. They woke up the next morning, Sunday, November 13th, went and got breakfast, and Blank drove Blank to his house at approximately 11:45. There was only one police vehicle in front of the residence when they drove by. Blank went outside with Blank and another roommate, Blank, and watched more law enforcement respond to the scene. Blank ran to the victim's house and was there approximately an hour and a half before returning. Blank was visibly upset and told Blank and Blank some of the girls had died and Kaylee was one of them. So that's, I'm sure they're talking about Jack, because Jack's his roommate. So Jack ran to the victim's house and was there about an hour and a half. And he was upset and said some of the girls had died and Kaylee was one of them. He left Moscow later on Sunday. He clarified he and Jack went to Grub truck, or I don't know, he and Blank. Oh, the person he was with. I don't know. So he and somebody went to the Grub truck on their way home from the corner club to Blank's house. Because remember, he went somewhere else that night and then came home the next morning. This roommate. One of Jack's roommates, it sounds like. So anyway, he also saw on social media that Kaylee and Maddie went to the Grub truck after he was there. After he and Blank were there. So it sounds like they were there. Whoever his roommate and whoever he was with, his girlfriend, or who did he say he was with? Before they left, he told hanging out with the court. They says it saw them leave the corner cover. Blank and Blank walked to the. Yeah, whoever this is. So this person and this person. So the person being interviewed, and then whoever he was with walked to probably that person's house, and then he stayed the night there. Anyway, but it sounds like they went to the Grub truck before Maddie and Hoodie Guy and Kaylee was there. Okay, so on their way home back to the house that he was staying at. Okay, so he's saying that he saw that they were there too. He thought maybe they may have been at the Grub truck between 3 or 3:30 based on when they posted to their social media. The Grub truck broadcasted a live feed that captured the two girls at the truck. He thought it was odd that Blank spent much time around the girls. Or that Blank spent so much time around the girls. That Hoodie Guy, I'm sure. Blank had heard that Blank may have committed the murder, but said Blank went home with their other roommates. Now they're talking about Jack, the ex-boyfriend. So he's saying that he heard that her ex-boyfriend may have committed the murder, but said he went home with the other two roommates. And when he and Blank left the corner club, and Blank and Blank and Blank, when he and Blank left the corner club, oh my God. So the fourth roommate worked at whatever his name is. Oh, Adam. Wasn't Adam one of the roommates? The guy they were talking about, I think. Where she's like, you told Adam, who you remember they were talking about him. I think he is one of the roommates, and that's who they're talking about. But so they're saying their fourth roommate worked at the corner club, but would have gone home around 4 a.m. after closing down. There were also two more students that lived above Blank, and they were hanging out with Blank and Blank before they all went to bed. It's so annoying having to read all these blanks. So Blank told Blank he had been awoken up at 4 to 4:45 because Blank and Kaylee's dog had been barking very loudly and uncontrollably. So Jack and Kaylee's dog, right? It sounded as though the dog was outside, which was odd because of how cold it was, and the dog not being an outside dog. Blank did not know the two roommates that were not injured and found it odd that they were sitting in their rooms and slept through the incident. Blank was not aware of any of the victims that had a stalker. He's not aware of any victims having a stalker. He mentioned a stalker from earlier in the year that lived in Blank apartments that had already been reported to the police. The interview concluded at 12:09. Okay. So wait, hold on. 30 to 2:06. Okay. So now we have And they interviewed somebody birthday to 2001 in regard to the homicide of Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan. The interview took place at Blank's boyfriend's home. At Blank's boyfriend, Blank's home. Oh my gosh. Saturday, November 12th. Blank was at Blank College House located at King Road. She called Kaylee at approximately 10 p.m. and went over to her house. Maddie came home from the house party shortly after. Oh, November 12th. Blank was at the college house located at Blank King Road in Moscow. She called Kaylee at 10 p.m. and went over to her house. Maddie came home from the Blank house shortly after. Huh. Kaylee had contacted a man by the name of Blank to give them a ride from their house. Blank did not know his last name, but provided his phone number as when he arrived to pick them up, Kaylee got in the front seat and Blank and Maddie got in the back seat. He had recently had a baby and she asked him how fatherhood was. He said he was feeling down about it and let it out a big sigh. He said it was harder than he'd expected and had been kind of hard on him. He also said his wife and kid were out of town and he was excited to have the house to himself for the weekend. He dropped the girls off at the corner club and told them he would be driving until 3 a.m. Now there's 1, 2, 3, 4. Sounds like there's 5 people. Were friends of the girls were already at the bar. Blank told Blank he would also go to the corner club. Blank and Blank shared a class with a guy named Blank who was also at the corner club. Blank began creeping Blank out by staring at her and making comments to her. Remind me who this was. I think somebody had a name. I don't know. If somebody can email me. I remember talking about this guy specifically before Bryan was caught. And I can't remember who it was. But the guy creeping that got kicked out. Anyway, Blank also spoke to Blank saying he needed to get her a phone number right now and was being kind of aggressive. But he hung out. So this guy's creeping Blank out by staring at her, making comments to her. And then he spoke to this person saying he needed to get her phone number right now, but her damn phone number right now, and was being kind of aggressive. He hung out around the girls at the bar for a while. He said Kaylee and Maddie left to go to John's Alley in Moscow and heard Blank, hoodie guy, went with him. She didn't see him leave with the girls, but thought it would be weird if it was true. The girls had apparently asked him to go with them as well, but he stayed at the corner club. So they asked somebody else to go with him too, but that person didn't go. He stayed at the corner club. So only hoodie guy went. He left the corner club with Blank at approximately 1:15 a.m. and went to the Grub truck. They got food at the Grub truck and went to Blank's house at Blank in Moscow to eat and go to bed. So this was the person that was with that other guy. Remember Jack's roommate that we just read about his? We just read his interview. No, this is the person that was with him, it sounds like. I asked Blank why it would have been odd for the girls to leave with hoodie guy, and she said he was not someone she or the other girls hung out with because he was weird. He smoked a lot of pot and had a temper and fought a lot. The girls knew him because he was a Blank or a member of the Blank fraternity. Maddie's boyfriend was also a Blank, and the sororities would often hang out with the Blank, whatever the fraternity is. Okay. But they're saying that Maddie's boyfriend was that member and sororities would often hang out with him. So why is it so weird that they were hanging out with him, you know? Kaylee and Maddie had sent videos of themselves at the Grub truck to a Snapchat group around 2 a.m. Blank had not heard of Kaylee, so this this person they're interviewed had not heard of Kaylee having a stalker. She said the victims were pretty well liked and did not know any issues the victims had with anyone. She thought that that somebody may have been working at the blank that night of the incident, as well as blank and blank. I don't know. Oh my gosh. Blank said that there were a lot of Instagram accounts that were surfacing. The accounts had few followers, but were following many other girls and making comments such as "You're next." Thank God they're gone, and and thank God they're gone, and I'm gonna do it again. Just fake trolls. Gosh, she thought any Blank's involvement with the sorority girls was odd. He would frequently drop other rides for them and gave them his personal phone number. He seemed to pay particular attention Blank members. This started with two sorority girls that had already graduated and passed. He gave his phone number on to them. Who is this? Who? I don't know if they're talking about hoodie guy here or that other guy. I don't know. Anyway, so the interview is concluded. Okay. Now we have interviewed somebody at the ISP District 3 office regarding the homicides. And this person stated the following. She's part of the sorority at the university. She knew Ethan through his fraternity. She got to know Xana through Ethan. She didn't know Kaylee or Maddie very well. She knew Ethan and Xana for a year and a half. She currently lives at the sorority house and had never been to 1122 King Road. She was at the fraternity house on Saturday night, November 12th, for a party. Ethan and Xana were at the party. She had never heard of any sort of stalking incidents. She was with Xana until 2 a.m. She took a picture with Xana and walked home. Ethan and Xana remained at the party. She had no further contact with them. Xana had been dating Ethan for about a year. Everyone had a crush on Xana. Huh, didn't never heard that before. Okay, interesting. She heard Blank was at the 112 King Road house after the party. And Blank is a blank and a PC brother of Chapin. Huh. Who? All right. Now they interviewed somebody in regard to the homicides, birthday 2000. They asked her to ask Blank to explain her day. She stated the following. She said it was game day, college football. Her and her friends attended a pregame at the apartment complex at 3 p.m. She remembers talking to Maddie and Kaylee at the pregame and was sure she saw the rest of the roommates there. She remembers seeing Xana as well. At approximately 3:15, she said she left the pregame and went to the game that started at 4 p.m. She said she was going to help Kaylee get a ticket for the game. Kaylee decided not to go to the game because Maddie wasn't going. Aww. After the game, she said they went to a place called Blank. Gonzalez texted her and asked if she was going to the corner club. She said they'd go after the fights on TV were over. At approximately 10:59, Kaylee texted asking if she needed a ride. Kaylee text read, "Me, Maddie, and Blank are getting one so we can pick you up." And then she said she was at the corner club when she saw the message. So she obviously didn't need a ride. She was already there, right? At approximately 10:30 to 11, she saw Maddie and Kaylee at the corner club. At 10:30 or at 11:30 to 12, she left the corner club with her other friend and boyfriend and went home. She said after they got home, her friend Blank was drunk and she was trying to put her to bed. Her boyfriend went to bed in her room. I asked her how well she knew the victim. She said she met Maddie her freshman year, and I knew her through mutual friends She said she met Kaylee her freshman year, and they were both in the same sorority. She said Kaylee was her best friend. I don't know. She said Kaylee was her best friend. She said she did not know Xana as well. She described her as being a big party girl and would attend the same parties as her. Some Xana, you're talking about Xana, right? Xana was best friends with a lot of the blank. Well, I think that's a fraternity, right? I don't know. I asked if Kaylee ever mentioned if she was ever followed or talked about some weird activity recently. She said Kaylee had never mentioned that to her. I asked her if Kaylee had anybody who had any issues with her, and she said Kaylee never mentioned it to her. She said Kaylee was the type to go out and meet random people at places like John's Alley and would get rides from random people. She said Kaylee and Blank had broken up recently after a long relationship. I asked her where her house was in relation to the victim's house. She said both houses shared a backyard with a chain link fence separating the two. Interesting. Sergeant Hoaxie asked if she heard any strange noises, and she said she did not. I asked her if Kaylee had always stayed at the same apartment. She said Kaylee had stayed there all summer. She said Kaylee's room in the summer was on the main floor. At the end of the summer, she moved into the room upstairs. She said that she had heard. Wait. Summer on the main floor. So she moved into the room upstairs. It would be like in August, September, probably in August, beginning of September. Yeah, so she'd only have been there a couple months. Anyway, she said that she had heard from one of the girl. Wait, she said, sorry. She said she had heard from one of the girl's friends that they went to Coeur d'Alene for a week, and when they returned, they noticed the rear sliding glass door was open. She did not know the date of the incident. Sergeant Hoaxie asked about drug use. She said she never saw Kaylee or Maddie do drugs. She said she wasn't sure about Xana. She said they probably had, but it wasn't anything that was prominent. She said we should talk to some of Xana's friends. And then she named 1, 2, 3, like 4 friends, it looks like. I asked if there was any other information she feels we should know or any people we should talk to. And she said we should speak with blank and blank. Or that looks like 3 people. Blank, blank, and blank. Okay, so then they interviewed blank. The interview was in reference to the murder of the murderers. All right, let's see. They took place at the Idaho State Police. Okay, blank reported the following during the interview. He lived in Moscow, Idaho, while attending the University of Idaho. His house was across the street from where the homicide occurred. So this would be the ex-boyfriend's roommate, sounds like, because that's his house, right? Let's see. He knew Kaylee since her freshman year at university. Kaylee also dated his friend Blank, and his friend Blank. And Blank and him were in Blank fraternity together. Kaylee was in Blank sorority, which was down the road from his fraternity. He wasn't extremely close to Kaylee, but was friends with her. Him and Kaylee had been dating since their sophomore year. Jack and Kaylee. He thought they attended Lake City High School in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Jack and Kaylee had been dating on and off for the last few months because Kaylee was moving to Texas or North Carolina after the semester. He didn't think that Jack wanted to break up with Kaylee, but Jack was understanding. He thought Kaylee initiated the breakup. There wasn't any turmoil in their relationship, and they were still talking and hanging out together. Kaylee and Jack also had a dog together, which lived at his house last year. He didn't talk to him about his He didn't talk to him. Wait, hold on. He didn't talk to him about his relationship with Kaylee. Blank worked at the blank in the blank. He thought Blank might have quit the blank. I don't know who he's talking about. Is it Jack? I don't know. He also knew the other victims, Maddie and Xana. Xana had gone over to his house a few times to see his roommate, Blank, from last year, but Blank transferred schools to Blank. He didn't really talk to Maddie, but knew her by first name. The other two girls, Dylan and Bethany, were younger and didn't really know them. He didn't really know them. He didn't know Ethan. His house was 3 stories where he lived with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people, it sounds like. He and Blake lived in the top floor of the house. He never noticed anything out of place near his house or the victim's house. On November 12th, the University of Idaho football team was playing UC Davis at home at 4 p.m. He woke up that day, got some food, started tailgating for the game. After tailgating, he went home and then went out to the bars. At 11 p.m., he got to the corner club. While he was at the corner club, he saw Kaylee, but couldn't remember if she was with anyone. At approximately 12:30 a.m., a sober member from his fraternity arrived to drive Blank and him home. As they were leaving the corner club, they were pulled over for an expired registration. Huh. The cops let them go and he was driven home. Huh, to drive in the Okay, so Blank and Blank got home about 30 minutes after him. It's probably Jack and somebody else, right? At his house, he hung out and drank beers with Blank, Blank, and Blank's girlfriend, Blank. I don't know. After hanging out, he went to bed, which after bed. Wait, hold on. After hanging out, he went to bed, which was early for him. He never heard anything of Kaylee having a stalker until after her death. Kaylee worked at Blank, where he heard she had a weird person coming in for her. He heard this information from Blank. He also heard from his girlfriend Blank that Kaylee had a weird guy following her around Winco earlier that week. This information was from third party. He wasn't aware of any victims using drugs. He and his roommates Blank. He never texted or called Kaylee. He wasn't aware of any recent parties at the victim's house. He wanted us to know that Blank heard a dog barking around 4 a.m. and reported it to the police the following day after the incident. He did not have injuries on his hands, arms, or face. Okay, now they're interviewing, or wait, what did it say? Interviewed a University of Idaho student, Blank, birthday 2001. I asked Blank to run me through his day. He stated the following. He said that he started his day at approximately 10:30 to 11 a.m., got some food and ate, took his girlfriend Blank some beer at a treehouse. So he took his girlfriend Blank some beer at treehouse. They started drinking prior to the Vandal game. At approximately 4 p.m., he said he went to the game, returned home between 8 and 9 p.m., had a sandwich, and he said he took a 2-hour nap. At 11, he woke up. His roommate was wanting to go to the bar. They went to the corner club, had a few beers, and hung out. At 1:45, the fraternity president Blank picked up Blank, and they drove them home. After getting home, they hung out for about 15-20 minutes to check on his friend who had consumed too much alcohol. He said that he went to his room where his girlfriend was already in bed. And they said they talked for a bit, and he believed he fell asleep around 2:45. I asked if he heard any noises. He said that could have awoken him, and he said no. He said his friend Blank told him he heard a dog barking between 4:15 and 5. He said it sounded like Murphy. Murphy was a dog who was shared between their two houses. He said Murphy was at the girls' house that day. I asked how close he knew the girls, and he said, I'm like a handshake to them. He knew Kaylee through, I'm sure, Jack. They dated for a while. He never really talked to Maddie. He was friends with Xana, and he had met Ethan at an event called Rush. I asked him if he'd seen any of the victims that night, and he said he saw Kaylee and Maddie at the corner club. He said they were with Blank. He said they were heading to John's Alley, and he said that he heard Blank was kicked out of John's Alley. After John's Alley, the 3 of them went to the Grub truck, and he believed they went home afterwards. I asked him if any of the victims were involved in the use of drugs. He said he knew Blank and Kaylee and Maddie had Blank. He wasn't sure of Xana. Wait, he said he knew Blank and Kaylee and Maddie had Blank. Sergeant Hoaxie asked if the girls had a party that night before or the day of the incident, and he said that he saw a bunch of people dressed up and walking up to the house with speakers. He believed they had a formal the night before the incident. Sergeant Hoaxie asked if he heard about a stalker, and he said that he had heard from blank Sunday night that Kaylee was followed to her car in the parking lot at Winco. He heard Kaylee might have been followed in the store as well. Sergeant asked him if he heard about the incident or how he heard about the incident. He said blank's best friend FaceTimed her and said, wait, he said what? Blank said, I'm sure he said blank's best friend FaceTimed her and said, hey, there's a bunch of police officers outside. Do you know what's going on? He went upstairs and saw the officers taping off the scene. Huh. He said after the Winco thing happened, Blank told him a couple weeks ago all the roommates were out of their house getting groceries. When they returned, their sliding glass door was open. I asked if there was any other information he feels we should know, and he said that he had heard from Blank that one of the girls was downstairs. When she opened the door, she saw a person in a ski mask, made eye contact, slammed the door, and locked it. Now we have... Let me see something. Hold on, I just want to see how many. Oh, no, that one. So I've done 1, 2. This is my 4th one on these documents. Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to check if I missed one on the, because some of these are sounding so familiar, but I think because there's a lot of repeats of stuff that's happened, because it's like roommates are saying the same thing, friends, then you have like Brian's the students, and all right, so they interviewed somebody regarding the homicides, the ISP district office regarding the homicides, November 13th. Blank's mother, Blank, was also present. Now, I remember reading another interview where the person's mother was present. But I went through these and it did not go over these pages because I just went through them again when I was playing that video. It's showing I did not read these. Anyway, okay. She lived in the room that Blank is currently in. Wait, where are we at? Oh, so it's a person that used to live in the house. I see. So I don't know. I wish they wouldn't have redacted that. So which room did she live in? I don't know. One of the girls' rooms. I'm guessing it's one of the surviving roommates because usually they're not redacting the victims, but sometimes they do. Most of the time they don't. I think maybe just by habit they do some. I think they have. But I'm guessing that it has to be one of the surviving roommates' room. But anyway, this person used to live there. They're in one of the rooms. They used to be in one of the rooms that Blank lived in. Madison is the only one currently in the house that was in the house last year, too. Maddie was her best friend. She knew Xana very well and became close to Kaylee. Maddie FaceTimed her that night, 12:40 a.m. Maddie was at the corner club. The conversation was only 40 seconds. Maddie was her friend. Blank phone. I don't know. She communicated with Maddie every day. Maddie's boyfriend was Blank. He was with Blank's groups of friends Saturday night at the bars in Boise. She was told by Blank of a time at Winco when someone followed Kaylee out of the building in her car. There was also another time when all the roommates went out for a bit. When they came back, the door was open. See, I do remember, and it just might be another officer or detective or something where they're repeating this. But I swear I remember reading this one too. Because remember they said uh the FaceTime, unless if she FaceTimed somebody, they could have FaceTimed more than one person that night. So maybe it is a different one. Okay, so she heard Kaylee was walking her dog once and had seen someone hiding behind a garbage dumpster. Kaylee felt someone had been watching her. This was about a month prior. She had moved into 1122 house this semester. Her boyfriend was blank, lived in Boise. She thought we should talk to blank. Last year, her friend blank was contacted by a man she didn't know who knew her name and major. She kept seeing this man. He once came up to her at the corner club. He knew Maddie's major is still on the lease of the house. Or wait, he knew Maddie's major. Blank is still on the lease of the house. The guy was about their age. Oh, that was the girl. That was the other roommate that wasn't there, but it was still on the lease of the house. Ah, I remember hearing about that because people were like suspicious, like, well, why would somebody? But she probably just moved out before the lease was over, so she was still on the lease of the house. It's not that weird, really, if you think about it. She just moved out before the lease, you know? Okay. So last year, her friend blank was contacted by a man. Oh, I already read that. Sorry. Did I? Yeah. This guy was about their age, the one that came to the corner club and knew Maddie's major. Man, there's some creepy guys there, sounds like. Okay, so they interviewed somebody, date of birth 2000. I asked blank to run me through her day. She graduated in May. Her name was still on the lease. This is more in depth of that same one, right? She planned to return to Moscow for work. Blank's boyfriend blank was living there as well. She would visit often. The last time she visited was Halloween weekend. I don't know who the boyfriend was though. I wish they didn't have to act so much. Madison was her best friend. Maddie, Xana, and her were in the same sorority. Kaylee was Maddie's childhood best friend. She said she never hung out with Ethan. The last time she spoke to Maddie was a week prior to the incident via text. I asked blank if Mogan ever mentioned anything about a stalker. She said no. Wait, so this is a different person? Now I'm really confused because the person we just read, she said that she FaceTimed her that night. And this person saying they didn't. The last time they talked was a week prior. So now there's two people that would. I'm really confused. There's two people that the names on the lease and are claiming Maddie's her best friend. See how? Oh, it's annoying when they're redirecting everybody's name because we can't even follow half the freaking stuff. I don't know. I don't know if it's the same person. It doesn't sound like it because that person we just read about said that they knew about that weird guy. Well, not, I guess it wouldn't be Maddie's stalker, but anyway. So she asked Maddie how the house was doing. Maddie said the house and the roommates were great. They had a good system in place. Blank was Maddie's boyfriend. They had been dating approximately 2 years. Their relationship was good and they never had any arguments. She never observed any arguments between them. Sergeant asked what room she lived in when she stayed there for school. She said that her room was upstairs to the left and Maddie's room was on the right. So it would have been where Kaylee ended up. Kaylee's room is basically Kaylee's room at the time of the murder. Because I know she had moved from summer. After summer, she moved up there. Kaylee did, but okay. So it was Maddie and her upstairs before Kaylee moved in. Over the summer, she still had some belongings there because she planned on going back. Towards the end of July, Kaylee texted blank and probably texted her and asked her if she could move into her room. And she told her yes, because she had decided not to go back to the house and stayed in Boise. So remember, she was in Xana's room, Kaylee, And then she asked, "Hey, can I move in there?" So she moved up to the room upstairs. But where was Xana at then before? That's the question. Where was Xana at before Kaylee moved from where Xana was up there? I don't know. Oh, Xana just moved in the fall, huh? I'm not sure. Okay. So she told her yes, she had decided not to go back to the house. Kaylee worked from home remotely and was home most of the time. Kaylee had a roommate who was living with her for the summer. Oh, so Kaylee, it sounds like Kaylee was the only one maybe living in there through the summer. And then the rest didn't come till the semester started, maybe? I don't know. I asked if she knew all the tenants who currently resided in the house. She said, along with the three involved, blank and blank lived in Reno, Nevada. And the reason, like when I lived in that off campus house in Bowling Green, it was only me and another Chandra. We lived there through the summer. The other girls didn't come till the fall. So it's not that weird that maybe some of them didn't or weren't coming till the semester started. I lived there that whole pre-summer going into it, and we had a person that was just going to live there in the summer, Chandra, but she ended up staying through the year because she, I don't know, we wanted her to, but she was originally only going to be there in the summer, and then the rest was going to come. So yeah, that's maybe what's going on here. Um, oh, thanks, Steph. Thank you. Oh. Oh, shoot. That was like a 40 minutes ago. Are you still here? You're probably in bed, but thank you if you're still here, Steph and Callie. Um, okay. All right, so where are we at? She met Maddie and oh wait, where are we at? Let me go back up. So I asked if she knew all the tenants who currently resided. She said, along with the three involved, blank and blank. She said, along with the three involved, blank and blank. Anyway, she lived in Reno, Nevada. Oh, this has to be a different one then. Wow. So so the two different people were saying that they were best friends with Maddie? Anyway, she kept in contact with her regularly. She met Maddie in 2019 and had been friends with her since. She said Maggie was the most anti-conflict person ever. She told her the Friday before the incident, the girls had a blank sorority formal. The formal was kept intimate. They only had people they knew at the formal and did not get out of hand. She described the house she lived in as an open door policy, meaning people were constantly going in and out of the house. She was always scared of something like that happening. She would triple check the lock on her bedroom door because she didn't feel safe. Maddie would leave her bedroom door open. Maddie would leave her bedroom door unlocked most of the time, as well as her window. There were times she would hear footsteps in the house and would blow it off, thinking someone just had a friend over. Sergeant asked while she was living there if there were any break-ins or if she heard of a stalker. There would be times she would wake up and would see the sliding glass door was unlocked. She thought it may have been from someone forgetting to lock the door after having people over the night before. I asked about other times the glass door was found unlocked or open. She told her a while back they had all gone out. When they got back, they noticed the sliding door was open. The girls were usually pretty good at making sure the doors were locked. Most people would use the front door. Only their close friends would use the sliding glass door in the kitchen. She had three different run-ins with a white male who she described at approximately 5'5", fit-built, slick black back hair, clean-shaven, possibly mid-20s. The first time was at the corner club. He approached her and called her by name, and she did not know him. He told her he had come back and changed his major. A little while after the incident during Parents' Weekend, she saw the same guy at a restaurant called Nectar. He was sitting at the bar with his back to her. As she was leaving, he turned and stared at her as she left. She told her boyfriend about the weird guy she kept seeing. The third time was walking down the street. The male was with a group of guys across the street. He turned and stared at her as she walked by. She told her boyfriend about the guy. Her boyfriend was going to talk to the guy, but she did not let him. She never figured out who the guy was, but did remember what he looked like. Sergeant asked if Kaylee ever talked about a stalker. She told her about a time at Winco where Kaylee thought somebody was following her. Recently, though, Kaylee told blank that she took out the trash to the dumpster located across the parking lot and felt there was this figure standing close by. Oh, that feeling. Kaylee texted her friend blank and asked her when she would be home. Kaylee was home alone at the time. Man. Sergeant asked if she heard about how the girl's day had gone. She heard about the day's activities from blank and through Snapchat. She said that she had a really good day and had fun. It sounded like they started at their house and went to the blank apartments. She believed at some point Xana and her boyfriend blank and blank went back to the house. Basically, they weren't 21 years old. Maddie and Kaylee went out to the corner club. She told her the last text he got from Maddie was just woke up from a nap and he was going to the corner club. I asked blank if blank had mentioned what she thought happened. It was game day, so everyone had been drinking. She told her she wasn't sure when Xana and Ethan got home. Xana was with blank and they were home before Maddie and Kaylee got back. She told her that she went upstairs. But who told? Now it's confusing. It's saying somebody told her. What? Who told who? Somebody. She told her she went upstairs and ate Grub truck and with Maddie and Kaylee. Wait. Blank told her she went upstairs and ate Grub truck with Maddie and Kaylee. She went back downstairs to go to bed. So, now I'm confused. So this would be Bethany or Dylan right here, at least this one, but the whole thing isn't, all right? Now I'm really confused. Is this a Bethany or Dylan? I don't know. Okay. Where did I laugh at? She told her the last time. Anyway, so she told her that she went upstairs and ate the grub chart. Okay, she went back downstairs to go to bed. I asked blank if blank mentioned seeing anybody else in the house or if anybody came home with Maddie or Kaylee. She said no, it sounded like it was just the three of them eating grub truck. So is this Bethany then? Oh, thanks, Joe. That's hilarious. Oh, thank you. I love that. Thanks for making me laugh. That's funny. Thank you for the super chat. Okay. All right. So blank told blank that she woke up around 4 a.m. to music playing. She hoped Kaylee would turn it off soon. She said that she could hear Kaylee and their dog Murphy playing upstairs. Shortly after that, she told blank the music turned off and heard Kaylee say, I think someone is here. Blank told blank she heard someone run upstairs and run back down. She said she peeked out of her room and did not see anything, but could vaguely hear someone in the bathroom. Oh, this is Dylan then. Okay. She called blank and blank and told her to come down to her room. Wait, no, it is, but she called blank and blank and told her to come down to her room. After a few minutes, Blank told her she opened her bedroom door and saw a person standing out there and they made eye contact. This is so confusing. She then walked out the sliding door. Oh, she's saying Dylan peeked out. Okay, but I think this is Bethany. Okay. Right? Asked if Blank had described this person to her. Yeah, so they're saying that Dylan or asked if Dylan had described this person to her, and she told her that she felt hazy and didn't remember many details. So Dylan told her that. Okay. Dylan told her she thought the person was about her height and that had his face and forehead covered. Said that she ran to her Bethany's room and locked the door. Hoaxie asked why Sergeant asked why she thought someone would want to harm her friends. She thought it was someone who was watching. She was always afraid of that. She always had an uneasy, weird feeling at the house, which is one of the reasons why she didn't want to go back. She felt the house was easy to get into and easy to watch because they didn't have any blinds over the windows and layout of the house. She had told Blank the sliding door was broken at one point. If the door was jiggled just right, the door would unlock. If the front door was locked, you had to enter the code on the keypad, but if the deadbolt wasn't locked, the door could be opened. Oh, I asked if there's anybody we should talk to. So for the first half of this, I didn't even realize that this was Bethany. It's crazy. So she's the one that had a weird run-in with the mail. The farm, they only had people they knew at the wait. Okay. I'm so confused though, because this is saying the last time she talked to Maggie was a week prior to the incident. She didn't see her that night. I thought they all hung out a little bit when they got home. How did they live together and they didn't even see each other until a week prior? Like some of this doesn't make sense as it being Bethany, right? It's weird. Um, I don't know. I'm really confused. I don't even. I'll figure it out later because it's hurting my head. But that is interesting. She said she was afraid it was going to happen, and those. Yeah, I mean, all right. So now they're interviewing somebody else belonging to the sorority. She was friends with Kaylee and Xana and Ethan. She became close friends with Xana the year before she left University of Idaho. She had gone up to Moscow and seen them all recently for homecoming in October. She knew Kaylee through Maddie. She had met Chapin once or twice through Xana. She did not know blank or blank as well. She had only met them a few times. So just she didn't know Bethany and Dylan as well. She received a FaceTime call from Maddie the night of the homicides at approximately 1:50 Boise time. Blank was drunk at the time of the call. Maddie appeared to be also. The call only lasted 1 minute. Blank was with blank and blank during the call at the bar in Boise. Maddie and Kaylee at the corner club in Moscow during the call. Maddie was with Kaylee. Blank had run into Maddie's boyfriend. That's right. This person, see, I feel like I read this because this person was with Maddie's boyfriend in Boise at a bar at Amsterdam Lounge at 1:15. And they're also, blank were also in the photo. So they took a picture at the bar. I confirmed the date and time stamp of the photo being the night of the homicide. She had been with blank and some of the other friends every day since the homicides. She had seen blank and others since the homicides. On November 14th, blank and others had come over after they arrived back in Boise. Blank's parents met her in Boise and went back home with them. The last social media post blank had seen with any of the victims a picture of Maddie on Kaylee's Snapchat story. They were at the Grub truck together. She knew the person in the video at the Grub truck was blank. She did not know him very well. Blank had a girlfriend the whole time. Blank was going to school at the University of Idaho, so they're talking about Hoodie Guy. She knew Blank's girlfriend. So I guess Hoodie Guy had a girlfriend. She knew the girlfriend. Blank better than him. Blank and that girlfriend are not dating anymore. Blank lived at the Brown apartments near the victims. She heard a rumor that blank has anger issues. Like that was a thing I remember hearing too. She heard another rumor that blank hunts. That was another thing. There's pictures of like him with deer, dead deer. And like one reason people were like, oh my God, suspicious because he was good with, like, he had experience with a knife and he, you know what I'm saying? So there was like pictures of like bloody deer and stuff. Anyway, when she was up in Moscow during homecoming, she went to the victim's house but did not go inside. The last time she was in the victim's house was December 2021. Different girls were living in the house then. She knew where each of the victims' rooms were in the house. The room near the kitchen was blank's. The room by the bathroom upstairs, but still on the main level, was Xana's. The room downstairs, when you first walk in, was blank's. The room next to blank's was vacant, but blank was paying rent. The room upstairs with the sliding glass door and the balcony was Kaylee's. The tiny room upstairs with just a window to the balcony was Maddie's. Maddie is the only one who lived there for 2 years, and she stayed in that room the whole time. Interesting. Wow. When she lived in Moscow, everyone used the front door to go in and out of the house. Blank and blank were called by blank and blank the next morning. Blank went upstairs and saw some of what happened. At the time of the interview, blank and blank were in Mexico. She thought blank and blank called blank and blank because they were a little worried. Their other roommates weren't answering. Ow. Oh, blank thought that she had heard someone in the house the night before and wasn't sure if that person was still in the house. During blank's time living in Moscow, it wasn't uncommon for someone to walk into the wrong house drunk or to hear people up and moving around, in which case you might call someone you know instead of the police. Blank told blank she heard Kaylee playing music earlier that night at approximately 4 a.m. She ended up going down to blank's room because blank was the only one who answered. They had been drinking all day the day before and was a little freaked out that someone might be in the house. The crazy thing is maybe they weren't sleeping then. Maybe Maddie and Kaylee weren't even sleeping. Maybe they were up playing music. I don't know. She doesn't believe any of the victims used drugs. Maddie and Xana were servers at blank. Keely was about to finish school. Since the homicides, blank and blank told blank a story about Maddie, Keely, and Xana going to Winco. Kaylee went in. Kaylee felt like someone was following her, lurking around. This freaked Kaylee out enough to go back in the car and lock the doors immediately. The man then tried to open the car door. This happened 2 to 3 weeks prior to the interview. I didn't know he tried to open the door. Here, let me play the rest of this interview so I can walk around a minute. I just realized I should probably just walk 1 minute real quick. A couple minutes. Hold on. I'll be back. I'm gonna walk a minute. I'm gonna walk a minute. Oh, great. I think we are like right here.
Unimaginable loss. The strength that they showed, you had the whole variety of reactions, just as we expect. People are going to grieve differently. Some grieve with anger, some grieve with self-reflection. And we saw all of that in the courtroom on July 2nd. On July 23rd. I believe it was on July 2nd. So on July 23rd, we saw all that range of emotions. It was powerful. And if you were watching, you saw that even the court teared up. And I think there were probably times during that sentencing hearing where there wasn't a dry eye in the entire courtroom from not only family members, but law enforcement who were there to watch. The Attorney General was there. The court security staff. This impacted everybody.
The whole world. Can I ask you a procedural question, Bill?
Sure.
I've covered other sentencings where the victims are not allowed to address the defendant. They have to address the court. And in fact, in the Daybell sentencings, the court, I believe, had to pre-approve some of it. They couldn't say certain things. Was that different here because this was a plea agreement and he had already pleaded guilty, or just a different judge deciding to be a little bit more flexible? Any idea?
Nate, it's a little bit of both. In a death penalty case, during the punishment phase of the trial, victims are allowed to make impact statements, but Idaho law specifically prevents them from giving opinions about the defendant or for advocating for a specific sentence. The impact statements in the penalty phase of a death penalty case are restricted just to the impact of the losses on that particular family member or on the family. That doesn't apply in other types of sentencings in criminal court. And so it really is left up to the judge's discretion. And I've been in front of judges who have made it clear up front that he or she wants the victim impact statements directed at the court, not at the defendant. But in this case, Judge Hippler allowed some of the family members who wanted to address the defendant directly. I think that in this case, that was appropriate. I think that was important for those family members to have that opportunity to make it known clearly to the defendant what they think of him and what he had done, what the impact had on them from his killing their loved ones.
What do you think is the biggest misconception about this case?
Yeah, I don't know that I have an answer to that. I'll be candid, Nate. I have not consciously followed a lot of the media, particularly social media stuff. I mean, I read the newspaper, I listen to the local radio station, and that's about it. And so I consciously didn't want to get myself distracted with whatever was going on out there in the world. I had enough people come in and talk to me about, well, there's this rumor and there's that rumor. And I knew in my own mind that so much of that was just made up. It was speculation. It was people grandstanding for some folks. So, yeah, I don't know from the public's perspective, what would have been the most significant portion or troubling or compelling portion of this case. I guess I'd have to say in the end, It's the loss of those 4 lives for no reason and in such a brutal fashion. I mean, at the beginning and at the end, that's what this is about, is Maddie, Kaylee, Ethan, and Santa, and certainly also Dylan and Bethany, who fortunately were not killed. Like I said in court, I mean, they had angels watching over them that early morning. That's the only explanation I have for why we didn't have even more tragedy in the form of more murders.
Do you believe confidently 100% that Coberger acted alone?
We don't have any evidence to indicate that there was another person involved, and the investigators looked. That said, I guess there's always a possibility that there's something out there that is unknown to the investigators and to us, but there has been nothing that the investigators found to suggest that was actually the case, that somebody in addition to Mr. Kohberger was involved. The recreations that the investigators did using the amount of time that we know he was in the house based on the audio from the next door neighbor's surveillance camera, and our consultation with our crime scene experts, is there was more than enough time for him to do what he did by himself. Dylan didn't indicate that there was any more than one person there. There's just nothing to suggest that there was truly anybody other than the defendant.
And do you believe that it was just the one knife?
I believe that the K-bar knife was the weapon used to kill. I also think it is possible that he had another weapon of some type. I don't know if it was a blunt force weapon or something. I think that it is likely that he had more than one weapon with him, but we don't know what that actually would have been.
And do you believe that had he not left the sheath behind, would you have been able to capture him?
You know, we've had this conversation with the investigators on more than a handful of occasions. You know, the question of whether this case could have been solved without the sheath. And I'm relying on the investigators when they say, yes, we think eventually we would have found him, but it may have taken a very long time. Certainly from a prosecutor's point of view, the DNA on the sheath was compelling evidence to support this case. In fact, we did not file charges until we had the preliminary parental DNA match. If you'll remember, before he was arrested, before he was charged, the FBI did what's called a trash pull at his parents' residence in Pennsylvania, where they seized the garbage that had been set out from the house for collection and shipped the bags of garbage to the Idaho State Forensic Lab. And the forensic people found a cotton swab that looked like somebody used to clean their ears, and they recovered DNA from that swab that came back conclusive as coming from the father of the person whose DNA was on the sheath. And at that point, we knew we had the right person. And then after he was arrested, we obtained a DNA sample directly from him after he was transported back here to Moscow. And then the lab conclusively matched that to the DNA on the sheath. Powerful evidence. Hard to explain that one away.
Right. And really, yeah, I mean, that's like a movie script in a way. I don't want to make light of it, but the connecting all those dots and finding him there. And there are people who are concerned that Bryan Kohberger might do some exclusive interview and make $1 million or write a book or produce a movie. What can you say about that? Are inmates allowed here in Idaho to do that?
Now, I don't know that there's a prohibition on an inmate talking to an author or the media or whatever the case may be, but Idaho does have a specific statute that says if a murderer receives any remuneration, anything of value for talking or for giving their story or sharing their story, that's impounded by the state treasurer and held to be available to the families of the victims for their losses. So there's a specific statute in Idaho that would intercept anything like that and save it for the victims' families.
Could his family, though? I mean, like, could someone make an agreement maybe with his parents where Kohberger then speaks, but the money's funneled another way?
I suppose that's possible, and I don't know what the best way to deal with that would be. The criminal system doesn't have direct means of addressing that. I think certainly if any of the families want to pursue him civilly, there's much more authority for a civil court to locate assets that might be hidden in the hands of third parties and that sort of thing. So that's an option that the law makes available to any of the families who are interested, but it's beyond the scope of what we can do with a criminal case.
Right. Have you spoken with Kohberger's family?
I have met his mother and father briefly, but no substantive conversation with them.
And would you want to speak to Bryan Kohberger himself?
I don't think so. If he wants to talk to somebody, we have some good investigators that he's welcome to talk to. I don't feel like I have any desire to interact with the defendant at all.
Yeah. Mr. Thompson, thank you very much. Is there anything you want to add?
Well, I appreciate you taking the time and waiting for me while I tried to figure out copy and paste the link for the Zoom meeting. That's not my strong suit, but I do appreciate your time, and I appreciate the opportunity for you to be able to tell people, hey, this is the real scoop. This is what's really going on here, and maybe debunk some of the rumors and gossip and stuff that distract folks. So thank you for your help.
Let's start off, Scott. Would you mind just kind of
merch? You know what? This is the merch from Printify. James, you never answered. Did you get the which merch did you get it from? Hold on, let me see something. I'm gonna log on to my merch and maybe know. Hold on, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Oops, I did it the wrong way. Okay, hold on. If you do. I want to get the link because I want to look at something real quick for myself. I'm getting the link for myself. Hold on. Okay. No shit. She took all of them down. Yeah. I don't even have this one up anymore because I don't want to talk about it, so never mind. I guess I can't. Somebody took them all down, even though I'm paid her for the job. I don't know. Yeah. Wow. Anyway, okay. So let's continue. Never mind. I guess this isn't available because they kind of got screwed. All right. All right. So where are we at? We left off at. Oh wait, what's up, Stacy? Oh, thanks. Thank you, DJ. Meow. DJ Meow. Towards Zeke Cam to watch the mascot sleep when Zav needs it. Oh. See, the only thing with that is when he's not with me, he's either sleeping with my mom or my grandma or my mom. So I wouldn't be able to have a camera in their room watching them. You know what I'm saying? I wish that'd be awesome, but yeah. But thank you. That would be so cute. Oh. Okay. So which link though? The Printify or the Teespring? Okay. So where are we at here? Did I leave off right here? Okay, this freaked Kaylee out enough to go back in the car and lock it. Wait. Oh yeah, or she. Okay, yeah, I read that. Okay, so she. Since the homicides, blank and blank told blank the story of Kaylee going outside to take Murphy to urinate. There was a man watching her from the dumpster near the house. Kaylee called blank to see when she was going to be home. She did not know a timeline of when this event took place or what time this day took place, what time of day this took place. The weekend prior to the homicides, Mogan had flown down to Boise and blank spent time together. So Maddie and her boyfriend. Maddie never mentioned anything about this. What? Wait, so how does this person know about it then? I don't know. The weekend, okay, so she was told that she believed that, she was told she believed by Kaylee's sister that blank woke up in the morning after the homicides with 16 missed calls from, so they're talking about, I'm sure Jack, Kaylee's ex, right? 16 missed calls from Kaylee and Maddie, which occurred at 3 a.m. approximately. Kaylee had called approximately 10 times and Mogan had called approximately 6 times. There was also text message sent to him saying things like, bro, what the F? Wake up. Kaylee was known for calling a lot of times consecutively when she wanted to contact someone. Neither Kaylee nor Mogan would call blank instead of the police for help. Oh, so it's not there. She's basically saying neither of them would call, I'm talking about Jack right there. They wouldn't call him instead of the police for help, right? So they don't think that's what they were doing. Plus the timeline doesn't match up anyway. Anyway, so Blank and Kaylee had dated previously. They were currently broken up but good friends. She is frustrated by the rumors and random accusations on social media. Okay, so now we have another interview regarding multiple homicides which took place in Moscow. Took place. Okay. She lived at Blank Avenue in Moscow. Her residence was in front of Maddie's house. She was no longer in a sorority, but she lived with some of the sorority members. So I guess another one that's close to the house. She lived with blank. She lived with blank and blank previously. So probably Dylan and Bethany, because those are the two ones they're blanking out. She went to Mogan and Kaylee's residence often and was with them often. She did not go out during the day on game day. She did not attend the daytime party, but she saw them at the bar that night. She went to the corner club with her friend and she found Maddie and Kaylee while she was there. She spent most of her time at the corner club with Maddie and Kaylee. She was supposed to go home with them, but she had a weird feeling, so she got a ride with a freshman Greek life designated driver. That's weird. She got a weird feeling? It's so weird. She left it at 1:15 a.m. There was a weird man at the bar. He was pushing her. He was pushing her at the bar. Maddie introduced her to the man. The man was following Maddie. He was following Maddie, Blank, and Kaylee around at the bar. Maddie told Blank she had classes with the man. The man kept grabbing girls' butts and he grabbed Blank's stomach. He spat at them and others. And Blank was told the man was kicked out of the bar. He never said much. He seemed off and not just drunk. When she got home, she went to her friend's apartment, also in Blank, which was directly across from Maddie's residence. She did not hear or see Maddie Kaylee come home, but she knew they went and got food at the Grub truck after they left the corner club. She saw Kaylee's post on Snapchat with Maddie at the Grub truck. She went home to her apartment at 3:30 or 3:45. There were not a lot of people arriving home around that time, except for a few people belonging to the fraternity who were staying in the apartment where she was hanging out. She knew there was speculation about Blank. Blank texted Blank at approximately 3:04 a.m. to see what she was doing. Blank grew up with Blank. Oh, thanks, DJ Meow, for joining. Oh, thank you. Welcome. where am I? She heard a lot about the stalker, but she heard it could have been for any of the girls in that house. She has heard about a man that used to follow Kaylee on her walks with her dog and also had been seen around the dumpster. Crazy. Maddie, Kaylee, and Coronado did not use drugs. She spent a lot of time at Maddie, Kaylee, and Xana's house. If she needed to borrow something, Maddie would text her the door code. Um, but they would often leave their back door open, so blank would just walk around the back and go in. Usually people went to the victim's residence were known by other people in the group. She doesn't usually go to the house parties anymore, but Xana and Ethan still attended them regularly because they were underage and could not go to the bar. She didn't think anything of them She didn't think any of them had enemies. She went to high school with blank, not in the same grade, and she knew blank through Greek life. She did not know either of them well. She knew Maddie had a boyfriend, blank. She knew Kaylee had a previous boyfriend, blank, and the current boy Kaylee was seeing was blank. Blank was really nice, and he and Kaylee dated for 6 years. Blank left the corner club before blank. She recalled some from previous years that there were people on the sex offender registry in the area. Okay. Now they interviewed. I don't know. Interviewed somebody in Idaho. They reported the following during the interview. He lived somewhere in Moscow while attending the university. His house was near the homicide. He also lived in Star, Idaho when he was not at the university. His roommates in Moscow, a bunch of people that lived upstairs. His house was all older members of the fraternity. He only knew Kaylee because he dated her or because somebody dated her. I don't know. He met Kaylee his freshman year when Blank started dating her. Blank and Kaylee's relationship was good. He never saw them fight or have a disagreement. Never talked about his relationship with Kaylee to him. So Jack never talked to him about it. He did know Jack and Kaylee broke up because Kaylee got a job offer in Texas. He didn't hear until recently one of the girls had a stalker outside Winco. He heard this from Blank. He did not know if the victims used drugs. On November 12th, it was game day. He wasn't sure when he woke up, but he thought it was around 9 or 10, got some beers, went upstairs to his house and started drinking. He went to the Kibbe Dome parking lot for the tailgate before the game and was there an hour or two before the game started. He went into the game, left the game about 5 minutes to the end because the University of Idaho was losing. He got a ride from the football game back to his house from his sober person from his fraternity designated to drive. As at his house, he drank some more and watched the UFC fights. After the fights, he went to the corner club. Everyone he lived with was at the corner club. He only saw Kaylee at the corner club, and Blank told him Maddie was there as well. At 1:30, he called his sober buddy to pick him up. He got pulled over, didn't want to pile everyone in one car. Wait, his sober buddy got pulled over. He didn't want to pile everyone in one car in front of the cops. So he called another sober buddy to pick him up. He blank and blank got a ride home from the second sober buddy. They got home around 1:45 a.m. He made some pizza rolls, went to bed about 15 minutes after getting home. He was intoxicated for a majority of the day, did not remember specific details. He did not have any injuries on his hands, arms, or face. Okay. Now we have somebody else. Oh, this is a canvas. They requested a canvas of the neighborhood for security cameras. Feel like you already read it. I don't know. Could be a different one though. Appaloosa Road, covering 2 residential addresses, Fort Stevens Street. Oh, yeah, I think it's a different one. Appaloosa Road in Conestoga. So this is a list that did not have security cameras. This one notice had a ring doorbell, but the person was at home. This one had security cameras and had a resident home, provided the detective with contact information. These didn't have cameras. Okay. They interviewed somebody else. else? Who's this person? Okay, this is another interview. Coronado was one of, so this is the summary of this person's interview. Coronado was one of Blank's closest friends outside her sorority, and Blank knew Ethan through his fraternity. She was not familiar with Maddie and never met Kaylee. Saturday before the incident was the last football game. But there weren't a lot of people around because it was rainy. It was also in Vision, Idaho, so there wasn't not supposed to be alcohol on campus, and there was not supposed to be a lodge party. What? I didn't know that. Or an organized party at the Blank Lodge. Blank went to the lodge party, and there weren't many people there because lodge parties are sanctioned by fraternity sorority life. Blank kept a list of names of those in attendance at the party and to check vandals' IDs. Wait, the Saturday before the incident? That's just weird. It says it was the last home football game, but there weren't a lot of people around because it was raining. It was also in Vision, Idaho, so not supposed to be alcohol. This is the first hearing about that. What? There were apartments around the Blank Lodge. They went to an apartment, possibly apartment during the lodge party. Xana was in the apartment. Blank knew Xana to party pretty hard and noted Xana wasn't super drunk that night. Another friend of Blank took a photo of Xana in the apartment playing guitar and posted it to her Snapchat story around 2 a.m. Blank took a screenshot of the post and recalled later in the interview also seeing Xana's other roommate, Blank, at the house. The last Blank spoke to Coronado at the Blank house was at 12:45 when everyone was leaving. Xana and Ethan walked away, and Blank believed they went right home and did not go anywhere else. Blank got a ride home from Blank, sober bro named Blank, at approximately 2 a.m. Blank said Blank also picked up Kaylee and Maddie from the Grub truck and can be seen on the Grub truck's live Twitch feed doing so. Blank provided Blank's phone as okay, and they went home at the Blank house and was hanging out with some friends. The group went to the pie house next door approximately 4 a.m. before returning home and going to bed. They woke up at approximately 11 a.m. on Sunday to go study at Blank's house. Blank said Xana and Ethan were not big drug people and said she had not seen them use Blank. She stated Coronado Blank. She suspected someone would have been going after Kaylee or Maddie and ran into Xana and Ethan. Xana was one of the most popular girls in Greek Row, and everyone knew and liked her. She had heard Kaylee had a stalker, but did not know the validity of the rumor. She thought the Twitch broadcast didn't sit well with her. She said Kaylee and Maddie looked really uncomfortable in the video. There's a male subject behind them that looked really nervous, but did not know who the male was. So she didn't know who he was, the hoodie guy. She said Coronado's friend, Blank, may know more about possible drama or conflict involving any of the victims. She said Blank may be a primary source of Blank on U of I campus and dated Xana at some point. Blank had also been kicked out of Blank and was not currently attending University of Idaho. The interview was concluded at 3 p.m. For complete details from Blank's statement, review notes, and audio recording of interview. Primary source of what here? Drugs, maybe? I transferred the audio recording. Okay, that's interesting though. So Xana dated one of the primary sources of, or the probably ex-college one that hey, he was known to have, drugs to some of the college kids. I mean, I had some people that I knew from, Bowling Green because that was, who you would. Huh. But they were just like, they were like other students, and then they probably got caught up. Freaking, he ended up getting kicked out. It says, wait, what did it say? He being kicked out. I wonder if it was drug related. But I don't know if it says drugs. I mean, primary source. I mean, I don't know what it said. It could be because they freaking redact everything. Says maybe a primary source of blank on the University of campus and data Coronado at some point. Yeah, James, I think you might be right. Interview took place. Okay, so another interview. Date of birth 2000. This person knew Kaylee and Maddie fairly well through school and Greek life. They went to a corner club. This person went to the corner club where he hung out with a group of friends for a few hours. He listed some of the people he hung out with, which two of them, it would be Kaylee, Maddie, and some other people. Kaylee and Maddie left the corner club an hour before he left. He left with two other people at 2 a.m. and went to somebody's house on King Street. Stayed the night at their house. He didn't notice anything suspicious. He went to sleep around 3, woke up at 11. While at the corner club, there's a male subject with shorter hair wearing a dark shirt and University of Idaho cap. And later put on a white and black plaid flannel. He was being excessive and was paying a lot of attention to blank, but not necessarily to Kaylee or Maddie. Blank roommate blank was blank that night and kicked out the male subject out. Was it like maybe Jack's roommate Adam? I don't know. Was the bouncer or whatever and kicked out I don't know. Could be. Okay, so blank was unsure of who else was there that night. He said that two other people also were there, were most likely working on a game night. I don't freaking know. I'm skipping some of this. This is ridiculous. Blank was Blank's roommate for one semester at one point. He heard one of the roommates, Blank, had a stalker, but did not believe Kaylee or Maddie had a stalker. He mentioned an Uber driver is known to give the sorority girls rides home from the bars. Blank girls in particular. The girls contact him on a personal phone and they pay him through Venmo and not through the Uber app. He had given Blank and Blank a ride that night and Blank paid through Venmo. The interview was concluded. Oh my God, okay. It's really making me mad. How much is redacted? It's so hard to read. It's annoying. All right. November 28th, 3:14. I took digital photographs of the victims' vehicles located at King Road. All the vehicles were unlocked except for the red Jeep Sahara Wrangler. Wearing nitrile gloves, I breached the evidence tape seal on the front door of the residence, retrieved the keys to the Jeep, which were sitting on the stairs, and unlocked the Jeep. Once complete, I returned the Jeep keys to the residence and resealed the front door with evidence tape marked with my name and date. Okay, the copies of prior to the FBI. Another student, University of Idaho. Let's see what they say. She stated she was friends with Xana for 2.5 years, and more recently with Ethan since he began dating Xana. She stated Xana would have a gathering every weekend for every other week or every other weekend, and she would regularly attend. She stated she knew who the other people at the house or the people who would usually attend the gatherings. Why do you call them gatherings? She stated on November 3rd she had gone over to Xana's apartment around 1 p.m. and they were there for about 15 minutes. She stated everyone then left, went over to another apartment, commonly referred to as the blank, for a pregame party. She stated her friends and Xana then went to another friend's house named Blank, and her friends then attended the football game. And Xana decided not to go. Following the game, Blank called Xana at approximately 7. Xana stated she and her roommates were at their apartment taking a nap and would decide later if they were going to go back out. She stated that Xana would have get-togethers and she would usually invite men from Blank and Blank fraternity house and girls from the Blank and Pi sorority. She stated her friend group would also be invited. She stated it was usually the same people from each house that would come. She stated she knew Xana occasionally, Blank. And Blank stated she wasn't usually around when she would Blank. I'm guessing party, drugs, maybe. because we knew she liked at least Adderall, and I mean, she probably did partake in those things because a few people did say she liked to party, which isn't that weird for college kids. Okay, she stated that she had heard rumors Kaylee having a stalker, but only had heard about it after the murders. She said the back door was always kept unlocked because the front door had a code and would usually lock automatically. She stated that she heard of other rumors that one of the roommates had taken the dog out, someone jumped out of a tree at them. And she said she heard another rumor that the killer entered the back door and was wearing a mask, but jumped out of a tree. See how it gets changed from nobody. I mean, from everything we heard, nobody jumped out of a tree, but somebody was like, they felt somebody was there watching them, right? Unless if there was an instance, but I think, you know, how sometimes things get changed as the story. Anyway, she stated after the football game, she went home and eventually fell asleep. I can't believe I already been doing this 4 hours because I should forget. I feel like I can't. My legs. I'm just so nervous lately about sitting too long. So what did I read? I read 30 to 67. Let me see these 10 pages because there's 243 to 253 that I still have to read. Let's see what these are about. So there's another interview. Regarding the homicide, the interview was conducted by phone. It was audio recorded. Birthday 2005. Stated she was at the lodge party with Xana and Ethan on the night prior to the homicide. They discussed going to Applebee's the following day. Stated nothing was out of the ordinary. She said she knew everyone in the Twitch video with Kaylee and Madison. She said, or she named blank and stated he was a blank fraternity member providing sober rides. Hoodie guy. She named a second person in the video as blank. She said she heard blank and blank drove Keely and Mogan home. She said both blank and blank called in the tip hotline to advise law enforcement. Stated she heard a person named blank stop by the King Street residence to meet with Xana. Blank is also a blank and is dating blank. Wait, blank is also a blank and is dating. Who stopped? Like, okay, this is the first time hearing that somebody else was over there that night after they got home. Unless they're talking about before the parties. That's she stated she's primarily friends with Xana and her friend group and was not close with Maddie and Kaylee. During the follow-up questioning, she explained the lodge parties always end at 1 and she last spoke with Xana between 12 to 1 that morning. According to the lodge party was tame and not very many people attended due to the short duration planning for it. So wait. I'm confused. When do they mean here? What? Huh. During an interview, a second individual could be heard in the background. She identified herself as blank. Date of birth 2003. She stated she also attended a launch party and was with blank. Both blank and blank stated there was nothing out of the ordinary throughout the evening. When asked questions regarding observing anything unusual, both blank and blank were not directly aware of anything. Okay. I don't know. I mean, what? So who stopped by after somebody met her at King Roadhouse? When is that? Because that's kind of an important detail we never heard of another person stopping by there. Like when? After the part? Like after they all got home? Because nobody else said anything about that. Conducted follow-up tips. So what? Let's see what the tips. They conducted a canvas on cameras. I contacted blank at the blank to obtain surveillance video from October 16th to October 20th for an apparent incident that occurred in the area of the blank, which is adjacent to the blank. At approximately 2:33 p.m., I received an email which contained a link to download the video she uploaded to a shared folder. At 5:23 hours, I forwarded the email and link to blank to download the video content to retain evidence. But October 16th, wonder what? Huh? That would have been a couple months before. I don't know. So at 3 p.m., they were assigned to complete a canvas for cameras in residential neighborhood located in 1122. Were unsuccessful in locating any video appearing to be relevant to the homicide. So they reviewed addresses between 342 through 1830 Victoria Drive. We reviewed video at blank. However, there was no video content on November 12th or 13th. Blank had a camera facing the roadway. However, after later speaking with homeowner, the blank camera battery had died and was not recording. And there's another one with no video content of relevance, no video content and relevance, no video content and relevance. November 20th, I contacted blank by telephone to set up an interview. Eventually, they answered and agreed to call back later. Follow-up information. He wanted to provide investigators. The phone call was recorded. The tip was regarding a light-colored four-door sedan. Had an interaction with on November 11th. Described the driver of the sedan as being a white male wearing a long beanie that covered his hair. Said the unknown male confronted him in an unprofessional manner about throwing his trash into the dumpster that belonged to the neighboring apartment. Blank said the unknown male stated that he was the blank for the blank. For full details on the phone interview. Okay. Okay. All right. On November 13th, I assisted the processing of the murders. While photographing the scene, I deleted photographs that were completely washed out, expecting the deleted photo's serial number to be reassigned to the next photo captured, and the photo serial numbers to continue in sequential order. Later, I was completing the photo log, and I discovered that each photo I deleted also deleted the associated serial number instead of reassigning it, causing a gap in the sequential order. I completed the photo log and concluded it in the case file. The photos were transferred to Moscow. Okay. Now they interviewed blank. The interview is linked to tip 0580. The member identified blank was identified by blank as a close friend of Ethan. So they did a phone interview. Blank was located at home in Tri-Cities, Washington. When I called him, I asked him about the party the night of November 12th. He confirmed there was a party at the blank house and there was a guest list for the party. He said that there was a ratio of 2 guests allowed for every member and explained the security measures the fraternity uses to avoid people being able to sneak into the party. The blank is the area in the fraternity house where the events are held. He said the party went from 9:30 to 10 or to 1 a.m. and said the party went well. He said that he has spoken to members of the fraternity who saw Ethan and Xana at the party. He believes that blank was the last person to see Ethan and Xana at the blank house and recalled speaking to blank about Xana having never been to blank. Blank's neighboring fraternity. So he'd never been to that fraternity, I guess. I don't know. Blank planned to take Xana to visit the neighboring fraternity at the conclusion of the blank party, but Xana and Ethan did not make it. He was at the blank party but did not remember seeing Ethan and Xana. He said that the house members who remembered seeing Ethan and Xana also included blank, who may have had phone contact with Ethan at 1:30 a.m. He confirmed there was no surveillance video in the house. He said that personal videos taken in the house are not supposed to be posted on the internet. He confirmed that blank of the blank is blank, and that he would also have a copy of the list of those in attendance at the party. He said he had Ethan on Snapchat and said many other fraternity brothers would have his Snapchat. He said Ethan's closest friends in the fraternity would be, and they named a bunch of guys. He believed that blank party was the last party of the night at the campus. There may have been after parties at different fraternities or at the blank. He last saw Ethan and Xana at blank on November 11th and remembered having a conversation with Xana. Xana has never spoken to him about anything that was troubling her or even having issues with people at her apartment. He has never interacted with Kaylee or Maddie and believed the people he has listed would have known them because of their friendship with Ethan and Xana. Xana would bring her housemate blank with her to hang out at blank, but did not remember ever meeting Xana's housemate blank. At 11:22, I conducted a phone interview with blank at blank. Trooper Kristen Noah was present for the interview. Blank was with Ethan and Xana at the blank party, which ended at 1 a.m. on November 13th. Following the end of the party, Ethan and Xana went to somewhere in the house, in the blank house. After Ethan and Xana gathered some items in blank, the group, including blank's girlfriend and blank, returned to somewhere within the house and he believed the couple packed up a couple beers and Ethan's black dress jacket, possible into a bag carried by Xana. This was the last time he saw Ethan and Xana. Ethan and Xana did not tell him where they were going after leaving. He could only assume that Ethan and Xana left on foot and returned to 1122 King Street. He said that he and the group went over to blank following the blank party, but he did not see Ethan and Xana at the house or whatever. Remember, they were supposed to go to that other place. He told the last guy that they interviewed, but they never went. The other fraternity. Blank said he and Ethan attended a formal at blank prior to the blank party. He said the theme at the party was sports oriented, but he could not recall exactly what Ethan and Xana were wearing during the parties. He had a photo of Ethan at the formal party, but did not have any other photos of the evening. He interacted with Ethan almost every day as both were in blank and close friends. He said Ethan did not have any enemies and did not have any problems with anyone. He said the same thing about Xana regarding her being a happy person without enemies. He has known Xana since freshman year. He could not speak to issues with Xana's security around the area of her apartment. He felt Ethan would spend the night at Xana's due to the distance to his own apartment and not because she was experiencing security issues at her apartment. He has met Kaylee and Maddie, but did not know them well. He said that same for Dylan and Bethany. He was last at the 112 King Street address on Friday prior to the homicide. He spent 15 to 20 minutes there playing Pong, then went to the blank. He emailed me the blank party attendance list and timeline he had established regarding the night of November 12th and the interaction with Ethan and Xana and the blank members. The documents were forwarded to ISP Detective Ryan O'Hara. Okay. Okay, so we got that chunk done. Cross that off. Okay. We're gonna have to do part 4. I think part 4, we'll definitely get it done next time because we have, or part 5 or whatever, the next part. Because we have what, like 43 pages plus more than that. I'm just adding them. 43 plus that's almost like it's 120. Yeah, probably 300 more pages. How have we only read like 300? How does that make sense? Wait, that wouldn't even make sense because if we only did half of the 600 pages, then that would mean that we have like 4 more Because if I have 300 more left, that means it'd be 4 more videos. That doesn't seem right. I don't know. But we'll just continue. I mean, all right, guys. I don't know. It's showing like about 300 pages, but I gotta make sure I'm gonna have to go through my other ones and make sure I wrote down the right stuff. Because that would mean like we're only halfway done, which means we'd have like another 4 parts, but I feel like that can't be right. I don't think there I don't I just that doesn't seem right. It really doesn't. But maybe. Maybe. I mean, I think I did it right. So we might have a few more parts. I mean, hold on, let me see. Is this the first part? Wait, hold on a second. I guess this would be. Why did I start? I'm going back through the first one. That's weird. I guess I started. Oh, listen, I don't know. Let me end this and I'll try to figure it out because I may have wrote something down wrong. I don't know. I'm gonna figure it out, guys. Because I'm going through the first part and I think I screwed up on because it looks like I started at 267. What do I have? Oh yeah, I did. Why did I was so tired? I think when I was writing down the pages I needed left that I wasn't. Yeah. Okay. That I wrote some of them wrong. Oh my lord. So I think. Hold on a second. Yeah. I think yeah, we went through more than I thought, but we still have more to go through. I didn't finish all of them. Yeah, so that one, I have to cross that off. Okay. So 7 to 3:45. So that don't have to do that one. Okay. I don't know. I could see if I could find. I can give you an exact answer, but let me just double check something. Let me go through these just really quick because I want to see. So that's 8. All right, hold on, guys. It shouldn't take me very long. So 30. Okay, then 206. That's 306. No, it's 206 to 242. Yeah, I think that was the only double. Hold on. Wait a minute. Oh my God, I'm an idiot. I think. No, I guess. I'm gonna see something. Anyway, sorry guys, I'm just checking this. I'm getting confused, but I should just end it and then I could check it. I might, that's what I'm, no. All right. I think we still have like 170, 200, like 200 pages. Does that seem right? I'm gonna have to double check and go over it, but it might be a couple parts then. If I did it right, and we do have like 200 pages, but I don't know yet. I have to double check. Yeah. $49. Wait, hold on a second. Yeah, I think we have like around 200 pages left, so it might be 2 parts. I think we should be able to get it done in no more than 2 parts. I really do, because I don't know why it doesn't seem like the last half is going to take as long. I don't know why I'm thinking that, but I could be wrong. I'm just double checking. No, I just accidentally hit something. Okay. I should play a video while I'm going through this, huh? Yeah, that is where I ended, 473. Okay. Yeah, all right. And then this time, yeah, okay. So we have from 5, so left we have from 514 to 556, and then from 300 to 206. So that's what? Like around like 200 pages estimate. Huh. Yeah. Anyway, all right. Well, we'll just do either 2 more parts or 1 more part. We'll see. All right, guys. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, I could get the exact one. So we left off at 550, saying if you want the exact amount, so 3, 4, so 43 pages plus. No, 219. 219 pages left. Wow. We could do it. We could do it though. We gotta finish. We have to. We gotta do it. Yeah, cool. All right, well there you go. Oh, I don't know, Casey. I don't know, but I gotta put out the next batch of calls with Erica too, with Dwayne and Erica. I have to finish those kiosk messages. The ones, remember I was going through Erica and Wade's messages together, and I didn't finish theirs. I still wanted to read the rest of theirs together too. So maybe when my next live, I could do the next batch of phone calls and finish the Erica calls, kiosk messages with her and Wade. I can't remember where I left off with those. Where do I even have those at? I don't even know. Oh my God, I don't even know. Heck are they? I can't remember where. Do I have them in a? It's been a while. I feel like it's been so long. Where did I put them all? I don't even know. Huh. Shoot, I don't know where I put the Erica ones that I was reading. Like, what folder the heck? What the heck folder did I put them in? I have no idea. Why am I like drawing a blank? There should be a folder that says, huh, I gotta figure that out. Because I mean, I took the time to to individualize, like screenshot all of them. I do want to finish though, but I have no idea what I did with this stuff. They're somewhere. I just gotta figure out what what I labeled the folder and where I put the folder. Huh. I don't see them. All right, I gotta figure out some stuff, guys. I'm gonna end this and I'm gonna figure out where I put stuff. Huh. All right, I'm gonna go, guys. I'll see you guys next time. Maybe tomorrow we'll finish, or we'll try. I gotta get stuff situated here. I don't remember if I had it as a document. Oh my Lord. Huh. And like, where's her calls and stuff? I got them in my editor so I could finish them, but I don't even know where they're the files for the call. This is bad. I gotta find them, guys. No, it's not bad. I'll find it. I'm just drawing a blank for some reason. It's weird. It's like I'm having like no recollection of where the heck I put them. Normally I would remember. All right, I'm gonna go. I keep saying that, but I want to find these. All right, I'm gonna go. I just feel better because I didn't do a wind down, but I'm not gonna be able to concentrate because I'm gonna be worried about where my stuff is. So, thank you, Gina, New Man Sign, Gina, Lee, Casey, James. Thanks, guys, for hanging out. DJ Meow, thank you. Harley, Barney, All right, guys. Thanks for hanging. Hope to see you again. Oh, comment, guys. That I feel like that the last video that you commented under, like right away, I think it helped the algorithm. I really do think it helped some. So can you guys comment? Hit the like and comment under this video. Just tell me what you think about first of all, number one, Bethany having that weird feeling about something like that happening. Like who that's kind of tell me your thoughts on that. And about them mentioning, this is the only so far the only statement or interview that I've seen this mention about somebody stopping over for Xana, and it sounded like the way she was saying it was after, it would have been after the parties, and like when all the girls were home after the parties, like late after they were all home, that somebody stopped by the King Road for Xana. Tell me if you know anything about that and what you think about that. That's kind of interesting. Or if you have anything else, those are ideas. If you don't have something you could think of commenting, but if you have something you can think of commenting, comment, because I do think it's helping, guys. Okay, be a huge favor. All right, to ball you.